Alright. We should be live. Coming at you live from North Carolina, where it's cold. Gosh dang it, it's cold. So cold. Of course, H4. H4, you just H4. Just H4, of course. Always H4, and more H4, and H4, and H4, and H4. Welcome to playing the Grunfeld. H4. Oh, Borat #1 in the queue. Nice. Easy first. Does seem to be that way. Wow, now he's going to trade. That feels very strange. Very, very strange. Now this is kind of an idea. I mean, maybe with an annoying check. It'd be hard to pull off though, because either bishop move will open up a rook preventing it. Yeah. Paulius in Divinity. Hello, hello. How's it going? Let's just not deal with me hanging this at any point. Okay, this is fine. I don't think the dark squared bishop is the more valuable one here. Do I want to prevent the bishop here? Probably. Bishop going there? I think so. Human person. Howdy. Goon. Howdy, howdy. Actually, maybe I don't want to play e5. I was preparing e5, but I can wait on that for a second. All right, Borat. Miles, welcome. Yeah, there's a bit of furnace issue here at Tony's, which is why I'm wearing, or I have this chess.com blanket to keep me warm. Okay, this is looking real nice. This is looking real weak. Wait, human person, you're from the... Wait, Abu Dhabi? You were in Abu Dhabi? Getting cooked to warm up for game reviews. Did I wear the blanket the whole drive over? No, it was just here. Since this is where we stream chess.com, it was their Christmas gift to the chess.com partners. Head of Dog, if I had a race car bed, you know I would have driven it here. Wait, that's free? What? Is that not free? It looks so free. He had a plan, okay, that I just walked right into. Is that what we're saying? That is what we're saying, I see. Oh, shoot. That was such a dumb move. Oh. I'm throwing this so hard. Okay, I got some pawns though, so it's not over. I have some pawns. Hey, we're waking up, you know? Let's go with that. We're waking up. There's no Folgers in my cup. Frick. Alright, let me give him one more. Let's do the 2. That was so bad. I got distracted by race car bed imagining. Just alright. Miles. Yeah, that one. That one, we felt that one. I almost played 92. Oh, jeez. 92 blunders this, by the way, because I no longer have the discovery. Still waking up. We're still waking up. And then some. Divyansh, hello. Not playing, doing viewer game analysis. You can join the queue on Twitch. That's so much, you guys that are saying. You tell your brother the bishop being worth 3.5 and the knight being only 3 was a bad idea. He made it life's mission to not have his bishops taken by knights no matter the cost. When it happens, he resigns. Well, you know. Had to clean up the streets anyways of those that don't appreciate knights. So, good job, human person. Got him out of there. There. Interesting. It's dirty. It's dirty. But clean wind, yeah. The F5 was just so strange. I think he didn't even consider just retaking, but I mean now he's pinned and you know A2 like he actually has problem. I wasn't thinking bishop C2. I was thinking probably bishop E6 here. But yeah. Lim Sweat, hello, hello. Just beat a 2500 bot. Nice. Wait, what are we doing? Oh no. Not gatekeeping chess, just making jokes. Connor McChicken, hello, hello. You need to learn how to play with knight versus bishop. I've learned that when I play bishop takes knight, I give up half the board. Don't understand anything. It's okay. Understanding chess is so complicated. Alright, let me pull up my messages in the background. We're at the game you sent just takes me to chess.com play online. It doesn't seem to work. Janny Panny, hello, hello. I know who sent it. That I'm clear on. But dog. Your wife doesn't understand that you're single? Wait a second. Jeez. Yeah, so when I click on that game you sent from Antonio Trove, it just... Like, here, I'll show you. I dragged the link over. You see it had the daily up at the top, but then it changes. Oh, you guys can't see the links. I have that cut off. Okay, wait, let's see here. Whoa, wait, hey, don't spoil it all. Don't spoil it. Alright, we're gonna copy this. Is it a timed game? No. I like the classroom setup better, unless there's a clock. Sometimes having the clock in the time change move to move is nice. Sorry about that. You get 5 big booms. Boom, 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 boom. Sweat, the queue is done through Twitch. Basra, so the song requests, We do have that set up with bits. You can check it through SR, but we did just switch to where we have to do non-copy right music. We used to have it before, but yeah, it's a bit tricky. I know it's a bit tricky because we just switched to streaming on YouTube, and before we could separate the music from the VOD, so it was fine. But as of yet, we haven't been able to figure out how to do that. And so, you know, we get copyrighted out. It didn't click at first. And so we got copyrighted so badly one stream. They're about to send someone after us. Emirati, how's it going? I'm just trying to stay warm this fine morning with no heater working. Not surprised to see a Dutch. I mean, I think everybody sooner or later comes around to their senses. So, you know, Bora, you seem to be doing pretty well in life. You know, you have some things going on. You're pulling together, organizing a tournament. It makes sense, right? It's the natural cycle of life. Okay. Okay, I'm not crazy. I thought Bishop D2 was a little unusual, but I know I've seen it in some of these positions. But then seeing this, I'm like, wait a second. And yeah, Bishop D2 is played, but it is a bit more unusual. Yeah, satisfying. It's okay. Thankfully, the streaming room is like a bit of a hot pocket, so this is the warmest place in the house usually. Still pretty cold because it's just cold here, but I don't know about y'all, but I see Bishop B4 always invites the pawn to be developed. Does, but you take control of the center as black. Who other's doing me like that, I see. Wait, who's doing you like what? Scorpion King, how's it going? A neck heater. I actually, if I had known the heater wasn't working, I didn't find out till I got here. Tony. But I do have a personal heater. That's really nice. I got it from Costco, and you just set the temperature on it. So cool. Radio, how's it going? Do we mention some reward for subbing? If so, what are your options and the highest rewards for 6 months? Sub tier 2. We do have some, like, I think we have an emote that you unlock for tier 2. I don't think we have too much set up. But that is something we are starting to think about, you know, as we're growing. Just some of those incentives. Yeah, we probably should have more. But there's been just such a focus for us on the first year that, you know. Scorpion King, yes, we are planning to be at the National Open. We're definitely hoping to be there. You sub it to Murkums, I will play this Catalan in game analysis. We will make it happen. Okay, I'm going through this. I'm chatting a lot. We got completely out of any games being played here anymore. And it kind of makes sense. So this E3, pretty unusual from this Carlson bot not to play Rook C1. I don't know if it's technically the best, but In a lot of these positions, if the knight is ever going to take the bishop, you typically want the rook there. And I think you want the rook there instead of the queen, because when the queen does have a bit more use on d1 than the rook does on a1. Where both would get use out of c3, but hey, let's keep the useful piece on d1 and improve the rook, bringing it to c3 to make that trade. So a bit unusual there, but not the craziest still. Shurkin, if you join the queue, absolutely. I'm gonna be here a long time. I got a long stream today, so. I actually like that idea. If you sub at tier 2, Tony will sing you a lullaby. You know what? I could probably talk him into it. How about Tony promises not to sing? Wait a second. I don't know about that one. Am I gonna be there for the lulls that contribute something to the game? It's a great question. That's why I say this is like game analysis and just chatting. Dang. Against 300 moves. Again, thank you for the follow. English. How's it going? Oh, by the way, is that your game, Shurkin? For games, I do really want them to be games that you guys played. Maybe games of friends would work, but typically. Old Major, thank you for the follow. One sec. No, I like how this has gone for you, Borat, thus far. I mean, I'm more used to playing these positions by a good margin with the white pieces. Like, definitely more experience from the white side, and I don't love these double c pawn positions. It's always awkward because you just have this constant reminder here, and even if you do undouble the pawn, say through c takes d4, there's some weaknesses. So I don't know. I like what's happening. This g6 though, this is the first move that I want to play this for white so badly. Like in a blitz game, I play this every day, all day, every day. h4, like, I mean, you know, the pieces are right there. Guess no. Can you even play h5 if you just wanted to? Bishop takes g6 looks concerning. Old Major. Oh ho ho. Miles is a buddy of yours. Nice. Wait, you're not the guy that was playing some Rapid with him the other day, were you? That's true, human person. Those long games are pretty crazy if you play through the moves quickly. Yeah, but I mean, you already saw me do this. Like the game I was just playing, I literally played h4. It wasn't that good in that case because he just shut it down with h6 g5, but here it's more difficult for you to do that because bishop takes g6 looks concerning. Yeah, this would be well, but my question is why not h6? Because I feel like h6 avoids all this. Like I'm trying to wrap my head fully around g6. It feels a bit unnatural to me since the dark squared bishop is gone. Sexy Meister. Pop quiz. Who has the highest chess rating ever in chess? I hope it's Magnus Carlsen. Otherwise... Oh, you say Bobby Fischer. Because you're taking into consideration inflation. Is that what the follow-up's going to be? Borat is Antonio Trof. It's probably so you can play F5 later. Okay. But not an expert on these, but F5 in this case I think surprises me. I feel like your focus should be here, particularly against this pawn. Wow, you want with D5 break, so wait, you want like this setup? That seems crazy. G6, F5, D5? It feels so wrong. What about just like simple? B6, bishop B7, rook C8, knight A5, attack here. No, white has D5. Oh, okay, the D5 break. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess for supporting F5, I guess it makes sense. I just don't feel like I see the vision. I mean, Don't Cry Wolf's mentioning this kind of E4 idea, and yeah, I agree. I mean, outside of D5, I feel like E4 against F5, like there's a lot of potential. But okay. Yeah, so you do play on that side. Wait, did not like rook B1 in accuracy, I guess. That's weird. I thought it was supposed to... Last time I had Explore open, which is what I have open now for openings, it got rid of the symbols. I guess I'm not so lucky this week. Augie Leon, is Dina my girlfriend? No. She did a whole... I think she did a whole video with her boyfriend on her YouTube channel. No, Dina is just... I work with her, so kind of student, but... I mean, me and Tony, we also do... We've done, like, some streams together, and just friends. We're just becoming our own little kind of stream friend group here in Charlotte. Is Tony my girlfriend? No. Oh, yikes. He's married. YSD5, main idea. English Shad, Rick, you beat 2100 earlier, very nice. He's not married to me. No, don't go spreading that around, guys. Yeah, radio. I mean, it's crazy to see the highest rating list and to see the year gap between Fischer and Karpov is just insane. It's such a tricky concept because I know what you're talking about, Borat. Yes, a pawn supported by another pawn can be a very good defender of the bishop, but I do think in this case, h6, because you don't lose the opportunity of g6, but g6 in a way is easier to attack. Right, like a lot of these light squares are easier to attack than if you play h6 where it's just empty. But we can move on. I feel like this is we're gonna have to agree to disagree type deal. Realized. How do we feel about c takes d4? I know the undoubling of the pawns is a bit funny, but how good is this pressure? With d5 as a threat? I know, it's interesting. It feels a little off. I don't know how to put that into words or exactly what it is. I mean, it just makes so much sense to put the pressure, but... And it seems difficult for white to neutralize the pressure. Yeah, too scary to play versus an engine with good tactics. Yeah, I mean, from that, there is some practical elements of the fact that you're playing a bot. I'm just curious though. It is better. Okay, I'm not insane. It is better. Yeah, 0.5. It's weird because like I can see the pressures here. I can see, you know, d5's a threat, but I also have that small feeling that, you know, white just feels very solid at the same time. That's what feels off. Like white feels like they should be holding. White feels like they should be fine. But it seems like technically they're just not. Like there's just some issues. There's just going to be problems with c4. And okay, some validity in c takes d4 just to open up that extra pressure against c4. And those ideas, because I do think this is very comfortable for black. At least at a glance, it feels very comfortable. Just you don't have the breakthrough, and that's where I like c takes d4, and where I feel like it's better. Because you might say, well, what's the point of opening up the rook? We also open up the, you know, the file for our opponent to defend, but with the rook on c8, where we have breakthrough options. So we get some extra pressure, but we also have breakthrough options, so we're able to maximize the pressure. Not insane, just crazy. A little bit crazy. Yeah. No, this still seems reasonable. And the bot doesn't know what to do. Bot doesn't have the same... that Magnus does. Wow. Yeah, the bot seems really unsure what to do. And you're just winning. You're just slowly progressing. Jenny, you have that course 2, the Bach course on Nimzo. Okay. Wait, pause for a second. I mean, the last several moves have just been Borat attacking. getting the attack going, and the Magnus bot confused on what to do. But now we have the option, right? H4. And if you don't play H4 now, you lose it. Because the knight, or potentially lose it, because the knight could go to H4. But tactically, does it work? H4, knight takes. I have a sneaking suspicion there's something. I have... it just looks winning. Just like someone who is playing with the white pieces should be crying in 3 moves here. It's what it feels like. But maybe not the most clear. Wait, no. Maybe no. I think this should be good, right? This should be good. So pawn takes queen here, rook f2, like, good luck. Queen takes, I think, rook g7. There's not a great answer for white. I'm gonna move my queen, which will be a huge problem. Takes. King probably goes here. Don't want to get mated by bishop h3. And what's better? Because there's rook f4, isn't it? Wait, rook f4. Wait, is rook f4 just like GG's? Because here. Yeah, this looks so promising. I mean, you could just take on f2 and black's better, but... Div Yanch. So these are games that have been played, and people just join the queue. And then when their turn comes up, they send the game they want to go over, and that's what we do. Jenny, I was able to do the knight and bishop in 30 seconds. I even stumbled a little bit. I even stumbled a little bit. Still, because I got the full technique of the W, right? And then the kind of next move I played, I just oops. I confused it, but okay. Yeah, I mean, this looks good. Oh, am I just blind, though? I might be super blind. Wait, because you also have this as an idea. Oh, no. Because you just played queen f6. Ugh! Hey, the away! Yeah. Just move the rook and the queen's trapped on h, or move the queen and it's trapped. The other queen's trapped, and no knight h4 anymore. Okay, so yeah, lots of possibilities. It's really difficult for me. Really difficult for me not to believe this works. Your gut was h4. Usually the engine stomps you in open positions. Channy, yeah, you did see the stumble. Just did a little dance, and then we recovered. We recovered. Jalbra, I mean, this right here, this is a game we're going through. All right, let's see it. Let's see it. Oh. And what's the line if takes? Oh, so queen h6, probably get all those same ideas, but no queen takes. Yeah, because f takes was destructive. But here you avoid the queen trade and just win the queen, and then here the same idea if knight goes back. Okay. That's the fine tuning. Queen h6 with pretty much all the same ideas, even a lot of the same moves. It's just a little fine tuning. Okay, let's see. Magnum Calories, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's still very comfortable for you, just a bit awkward with that knight on h4. Not insanely. I guess you do have this idea at some point of bishop h3 as well, which could be helpful. Or just move around enough and the bot will help you untangle that knight right away. It's a grandmaster you'd like to see in action. Hopefully they're talking about the ice cream. You were setting up bishop h3. Yeah. Oh, frick. Wrong key. King g7. Maneuver. King out of the way. Magnus donates a pawn. And knight takes c4. You say time to resign, Magnus. Time to resign. It's a very good move. Very good move. Yeah. And you have options. That's even better after takes. You could take first, or you could rub it in with queen takes g3. Dang. The Magnus Carlsen bot has a stalemate button to go for it, but no resign. Wait, it said queen ed1. Huh. It gives queen ed1 a miss because I'm guessing this extends it to a 2-move checkmate rather than a 1-move checkmate. So it actually does worsen the evaluation. That's funny. Nice. And then the game ended with a 50-move roll. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice, very well played game. Yeah, radio. I don't know about that. And all I know is I played and I played some of their bots a year and a half ago now. And, man, some of those were beastly. So very nice win, very nice. ASDNYASD, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciations to you, friend. Yeah, I could have done the mate where you set every piece at the start by under promoting. That was your chance. Get the legendary mate. But Lasney, thank you for the follow. It's okay. It's okay. Next time. Next time. Now let me just let's move this one over so we have the clock. Wait, do we want to? Okay, this is last week I roasted myself, so I want to remove the names and I roasted myself. Have I done a Connect 7 mate before? Not that I remember. But I've done some funky mates. Magnus bot of all. Dang. Where you remember someone in Discord thought the mate was illegal and physically impossible. Yeah. The most illegal of all time. Alright. Valias. Oh, the game we just played, huh? Where you redeemed me to play. Yeah, double peon keto. Grab an opening of all time. Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit after. There's a little. I wasn't sure about this already. D5. Simply because I felt like it gave me a lot of play. Now the issue may not be in D5. It may be that you just have to follow it up correctly. Which now that I'm looking at it again, you're fighting on the light squares. Maybe really continuing makes a lot of sense. Bishop b5, say knight d7 and knight d4, trying to plant a piece here. I don't know. At a glance, this looks promising. And then say I did play a6, bishop c6, take, queen moves. Probably play f4 to get rid of any knight e5 potential for me. It's got some potential. It's an interesting idea. Something like bishop b5. The other thought I had is, because the downside to playing d5 is opening up the dark squares. So also looking to kind of quickly contend there, I think makes a lot of sense as well. Hiho, how's it going? Yeah, so bishop e3, bishop d4, kind of neutralize some of that. So you say, okay, I did play d5. Yes, it does have this downside of opening up these squares, but I'm not going to let you take advantage of that by putting the bishop there. And I think you could have really driven that home. Your bishop ended up on d4, mostly because I forced it with knight g4 here. But if you had played bishop d4 earlier, maybe bishop d4, and then like g4, g5, like really fight. Rima Chess, how's it going? Yeah, and here I feel like I did stumble a little bit. Like I'm playing like it's a dragon, but it's not. And I don't know, maybe I should have gone for like a c6 or e6, trying to contend more in the center before doing a lot of that. Like c6 probably makes sense. c6, queen c7, and castle. Rima Chess, that was Borat Chess on Twitch, was his game. It's like, that's... I consider that his troll account, but he's like at 2,500, so very very good 2,500 like rapid, very good player. Yeah, this I thought was pretty strange, the drop back. I mean, if you have any concerns about this being hanging, I think you just drop your bishop back here. Take, maybe even take back with a pawn, and then you can storm my king side. It looks pretty nice. Here, what was I actually gonna play after? I think I was just gonna play knight c5. Just kind of keep the tension and see what happens. But I didn't feel like this was very good. I didn't feel like it was very good. You assumed you have bishop h6. Yeah, so the thing about like this h6 pressure is it is annoying for me if I want to castle, but I don't know if I want to castle anyways, because your play feels pretty like warmed up, ready to go, and just destroy me if I castle. So I'm trying to hold off castling anyways, and because of that, I feel like your focus should be a bit elsewhere for now. Probably more focused in the center where the bishop on d4 makes sense. Yeah, here... No, here I remember feeling like this c5 wasn't as good as I hoped. I wonder if I should have played b5 first. I think your bishop c4 move was good. It's just a decent place. But then you kind of back down, and I don't know. I don't know on that. Maybe you can do something like queen d4 even because of the pin. And then if castle, you just drop back, and if take, take, and... That doesn't make sense. just kidding. I don't know, maybe bishop e2 is fine, because then you're getting f4. I have to drop back. This is just a distraction. I mean, I don't hate the way you're playing. It feels a little off for me. Yeah, but then here I feel like you really... Like, the thing I would say overall, Paulius, is I feel like you gave too much credit to the king side. Like, you put too much attention over here. Especially considering, like, I don't have to. Which is what I did. Like, I just didn't put my king over there. And if I don't put my king over there, you know, and you're not getting the proper attack. Well, if I don't put my king over there, really the big thing is your sacrifice potential drops off a lot. Bishop's point to the queen side, but your king also is there. Yeah, that's really where I feel like the compromise is you should be thinking more about central play. Okay, here maybe there's something to be said about trying for queenside play. I think if you played queen b7, I actually probably would have castled. But yeah, I think more focus on the center, you know, and just in keeping the bishop on d4. f4 probably should have happened at some point. Because now it's not so easy. I've actually had time to develop my pieces, organize them, to where, you know, I'm starting to have the option of castling kingside. I'm starting to have some pressure. I think you just needed more of that pressure, but, you know, you play rook dg1, and I think you kind of commit yourself quite a bit over to the king side when the play just isn't there. And yeah, here, a little bit of back and forth with your rook. Finally, you bring it to the d file, which is sadly where it started, right? Like, this rook went here, here, back, here, here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves when, you know, it could have gone there in one move. It's I think you were just hoping for too much on the king side overall. And it could be there, but you have to get my king out of the center. Bordnik! Bordnik, how's it going? I tuned into the stream for a little bit. I hope you learned that G7 pawns can move. But it looked like you were cooking up on tactics overall. Everyone, welcome in. I'm currently doing viewer game analysis, people getting in queue, and then we take it one game at a time and go through it. I like to do a bit of a slow analysis without an engine. A bit of analysis plus just kind of chatting and hanging out. Oh, yeah, don't cry wolf. I was really starting to think about, like, if he plays A3, there are definitely some games coming to mind with different sacrifices in this territory. But he went for Rook C1, which I think at this point he should, because Queen C2 is just an issue. If he doesn't, right, A3, I think I go Queen C2 right away, and I'm attacking B2, and then these pawns. Is that what? It's so weird to look at this reverse. Is that what I was thinking? I don't think I decided. Actually, now that I look at it, I think I was considering this. But I was also considering just castling, and then after Rook C1, dropping back. Just trying to keep some of that sacrifice. Some of those sacrifice ideas and potential. Kind of getting low. You were gonna flag me. I mean, there is a chance of that. But yeah, I mean, at this point, this endgame's actually just very good for me because your pawns over here are quite weak and my rook's more active. Yeah, I picked up the pawn and then here you resigned. Okay, you don't lose the bishop. You could play f4, but then I take this pawn and then this pawn's hanging, followed by trying to win the bishop, and yeah, it's kind of a pain. Kind of a pain. So yeah, I think in those earlier stages, you just, because you committed to d5, like you gain that space in the center, but you didn't really use it. And this, I don't feel like when we played this, I said this very clearly. Because I just said I didn't love this, I thought it was inaccurate, which I think is incorrect. Like, I don't think it's inaccurate. I just think you didn't really utilize it. You didn't fight me on these dark squares too well. You didn't try and fight on the light squares. You didn't break through with d5. So, yeah, I think a bit of a shift there, a little bit more pressure in the center. And it could have been a very different game. Paul, how's it going? An interesting one. Some of these unconventional openings with b6, g6. Now, so annoying to play. Tricky. Human person, if you are there, it is your turn. And then Miles after. He's ready. Dun dun dun. Okay, we'll just move this one over so we can see the time. Human person versus a women's candidate master. Oh. Alpha 1. 3 Night Maid is easier than I thought. Oh, it's a good time. I mean, the knights, even 2 knights, when you have them connected, they cover a lot of squares. What? Wait, what situation did you have 3 knights? Oh, jeez. Make sure analysis is turned off. Okay. Yeah, bishop e5's pretty unusual. 95 first has the highest win rate. Bishop d3 is played the most. And yeah, I don't see the purpose of provoking the bishop there. I mean, it may not be the worst thing, because the bishop does typically want to go outside, but I don't think I get it, because knight c6, I mean, does it change after 95? I guess there could be some change there. Hold on. Because black doesn't really want to take. Okay, from that perspective, there's some sense to it. So black maybe should just transpose back. Bishop g4. And it's like you played bishop d3 right away. Interesting. Not the worst idea, but a little bit strange. One of those ideas that I could see some sense. Sevi, how's it going? Swissis is super bugged. How so? Were you running the tournament? Which one was it? Utah Speed Championship? Paulius, you wanted to show a 98.3% game. There's no tips to giving that higher accuracy. That is true. I'm of the opinion that I don't know. I'm not the most excited about, 98% accuracy games. Usually it means something went wrong. Like either your opponent didn't play the best, or the game was just so solid and maybe not the most exciting. Sevi was running the tournament, the software was super bugged. Like, did it just mess up the pairings, or like it was bugged as in it wouldn't do the pairings? Yeah, opponent played 98.3 and you draw. Yeah, but here's the thing. For anybody out there, if you're playing a lot of games where you get that high accuracy and draw, I mean, every now and then it's gonna happen. But if you do that like every game, or you have 5 games in a row, it could be a sign that you have a weakness. You say, wait a second, I'm playing super accurate. Why would that be a weakness? Well, the reason it's a weakness, because if you're playing that accurately, likely you're not challenging your opponent. Right? You're playing that accurately and you draw. Yeah, you're playing that percentage because neither you or your opponent is challenging each other. Like a lot of I would say my best games that I feel like super tactical, I calculated very well, are probably more in the like 94 to 96 range. This last Title Tuesday, I think I had one 98% game, but that was because my opponent just like got a piece trapped, right? So I didn't feel as good about it, because it's like, okay, yeah, my accuracy was good, but it wasn't the best game. Blue plays chess. Do I play against viewers? Thursdays. Sometimes at night, me and the other chess shark, Tony, we stream a lot of nights. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. And we often will accept challenges or do arenas that people can join.
Are you live?
Yeah. and not notify you. Yeah, I think it's a little funny sometimes. Okay, so far so good. I'm not this time I'm not saying anything because you know it's just chilling. Like the game so far, like very standard exchange. Garrocon. Bishop e5 was the only. Okay, now we're getting to it though. A3. Human person says, "What is up, Antonito?"
Came back?
He is alive, surprisingly.
I thought he died in Puerto Rico.
He did disappear for a good while.
Glad you're back.
Devi, so it's a blitz tournament, so parents use blitz ratings. Now, for whatever reason, for one player, instead of using a blitz ratings, they use their classical. They pointed this out to me, which I thought was weird, so I go to edit their ratings for pairings. Now, instead of just changing the rating like it should, not only didn't change the rating, it created clones of that player and deleted other players from the tournament. So you had to go back and redo all the results by hand. Yikes. Yikes. Alright, human person. How can I? Yeah. I will do the wood board just for you.
I think it's strawberry.
It's strawberry? You think it's strawberry? You don't know it's strawberry. Tony's eating mystery ice cream. He's eating a mysterious creamy substance.
Good.
What's the idea of A3? Because usually if the pawn's on C3 and someone plays A3, it's a sign they want to play C4, but I don't feel like you want to play C4. No, I probably would not flip the board. No. This heavy now after I fix it, you show it to Brian and say he can't change his player's rating. He doesn't believe me and has me change it. Replicates the glitch. Everybody's getting hit with ads. No. You wanted to pressure the knight and bishop by going b4 next. But it's not, like, you can play b4 right now. That's my confusion. And even to a point, let's say he played a5, b5, I don't want a, like, well, so I think a5, not because it's a good move, but because that's how he would put pressure here, right? So in my mind, you play a3 to solidify here even more, because he can pressure it more, but in that case, I still don't think you want a3. You want b5, a4. Oh yeah, Sevi, that sounds terrible. Yeah, that sounds awful. Having to get it, especially in a double round blitz tournament, right? So you're not just putting in one result, but two. Every rounds that you're redoing. Farts are funny, and if you don't think so, you suck. It depends. It depends. Sometimes. You can never be too complacent. Well, yeah, but you're just wasting time. I'm a huge believer of that. I think there's a definite level where it's not that you're really playing better chess in the sense that your moves lead to a result that's just, wow, so much better, so clearly better than the other moves, but you're fine-tuning, right? So maybe a slightly better move, or oftentimes it's just time optimization. Like you just are optimizing the resources you have. And I think that's where you can catch a lot of people. So I don't know. But I also look at it from a side of I'm not 100% sure you even want the pawn on a3. Like unless you're playing b4, which you could have done right away, so obviously you don't have that inclination to play b4 right away. Then the other move we would play is b3, where you're going more for a c4 setup, and then the pawn on a2 also kind of makes more sense. Okay, knight g4. It gives us a mistake. Maybe there's a world where you take. No, the bishop takes. I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't like knight g4. It kind of makes sense. Maybe you could have just solidified though. Maybe that's part of it. You could have just played knight f3. Okay, your opponent doesn't seem to know what to. Is that a4? Did you play a4? Did you play a3? a4. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on from a3. You know it. I know it. Chat knows it. We all know. We all know it. We all know that a3 didn't make sense. Glad we're in agreement. I like the rest of what you're doing. Knight g4. Okay, I have one hesitation about knight g4. And it's kind of h5 ideas. No, that doesn't. It's not knight g. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Because you're looking for a sacrifice, right? Oh, maybe bishop f4. Gives your opponent the opportunity to solidify against a lot of those threats by trading the dark square bishops off. Or you put the knight on e3, but the knight on e3 I don't think's the best. Paul didn't back me up. Said they know nothing. No, Paul. Nine seconds to play a4. I mean, you know, some people change their ways, repent, say sorry quickly. Seems like you're one of those people. So good on you. Yeah, bishop f4. That's what I'm feeling your opponent should have done. I see this next move, and I do not like e5. E5 looks pretty bad. I mean, you're gonna isolate this pawn, and should be suffering for the rest of this game. So instead, I don't know, maybe you should have just solidified with queen e2. Right, that works. Take, 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 pawn takes. Yeah, maybe just queen e2, the solidification to prevent bishop f4. But okay, your opponent played e5. Now your position looks fantastic. Queen f3, queen f3. Why does queen f3 not just win some stuff? Whoa, wait a second. Why does bishop takes h6 not a free pawn? Hold on. Bishop takes h6. Isn't bishop takes h6 a free pawn? Maybe it's not that easy, though. Okay, it's not that easy. Bishop takes. Because if take, check, bishop g7, queen f5, resign. Alright, you're just getting mated. You blocked your only defense of h7, and your king, like your rook can't get out of the way of your king. Like, this just isn't gonna be pretty. So no bishop g7. And if king h8, you say, ah, I got f6, but rook takes e5 is really nasty. Queen can't take because of mate, pawn can't take because queen takes f8. So black would have to play bishop h2. But this I don't believe in. Check. Here. Well, worst case scenario, you could play g3. You don't win a pawn, but your opponent's king is completely open. You still have queen f5 ideas. Actually, probably queen f5 first, now that I think about it. Because he can't take here. I was thinking leave the queen here to protect, but he can't take. I mean, the queen's guarding checkmate. So bishop takes h6 looks pretty tempting. But simply queen f3 on a more simple level also looks quite interesting with, you know, some threats here and there. Yeah, bishop f5, I don't... One sec. Bishop f5, I don't understand. Preparing queen g4? I mean, is that your idea? That bishop f5 because queen g4 right away. Is that bishop d7? Concerns? Maybe. Yeah, bishop f5 strange. Okay, but yeah, to play queen g4. I do want to check. I just to make sure I'm not missing anything, and yeah, just 0.7. And it is that line with bishop h2, g3. Alright, more incomprehensible later. Yeah, that's a choice. So one thing I do want to clarify, by the way, why I'm eyeing queen f5 a lot more is because even if queen f5 is stopped, it comes with weaknesses. Like black has to make some concessions. I do think the issue here that you probably felt is you went through all this effort of queen g4, your opponent simply played king h8, and it's like, well, I spent all that time doing who knows what, right? Creating threats, but maybe you didn't have the oomph you were hoping to follow it up with. Well, it seems likely you didn't have the oomph. Now, I don't think it's the worst thing ever. I think you still have some play here with queen h5. I mean, queen h5 looks pretty dangerous. Yeah, interesting. I mean, it's not the perfect solution because after bishop takes, g6 could exist in some lines, but I mean, you are threatening bishop takes h6. Bishop takes h6, g6, bishop f4. Just, okay, if black plays a nothing move, like this is a threat where you just win a pawn. So normally I don't hate ideas like rook takes e5, but when it comes to a move like rook takes e5, I think of rook takes e5 as you're eliminating your opponent's attack potential while opening up attack potential for yourself, right? And that's kind of the balance. But I think you still have that attack potential. And I don't think your opponent really has their own attack potential. So I just feels a little unnecessary, at least right now. Bishop e5 on e5 isn't that annoying yet. Soon. Not yet. Yeah, maybe bishop e3 right away. h4 I understand. Queen g5 is annoying after bishop d4. But, I mean, queen g5 is not an issue if you just play bishop e3 right away. Unless your opponent plays queen f6 and then you've gained a move. Rook takes e3. Brilliancy! I guess. I mean, it makes sense. I'm kind of looking for that dangerous follow-up, but I guess your threats really were just there. That's the downside. You sacked the exchange for the attack, so now your opponent had an exchange to play. And they played it. Oh, they played it. Kind of like your position, though. I feel like you're a little bit better. At least this pawn is easier to attack in my head. Because it's on a light square, and you both have light square bishops. Okay, and your opponent helped fix your structure. So wait a second. You're still in this. Okay, bishop d3 is understandable. Rook e2 is annoying. I imagine what the computer wants is some like rook d2 maneuver, long maneuver. Because again, the bishops, it kind of makes sense for you to try and keep bishops because your opponent's pawns are on light squares, so attacking the light squares, you know, there's some logic there, but bishop d3 also has some sense to it. Ooh. But then your opponent just locked in. Dear goodness. Ski Money! Ski Money, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciations, my guy. By the way, Ski Money, when are we gonna see you again? Are you coming to the next Alto? Or are you going to National Open in Vegas again? What's the plan, my guy? Are you too busy doing stuff and things and winning the day? Okay. So yeah, yeah. I don't love rook takes e4. I feel like you were so close to something that made sense. Like you play rook f3, king d3, like then you can hope for this. Okay, your opponent should probably play h4 at some point, and you're just in a bind, but or you just play rook d3 and buckle down. But I feel like you're still trying to play for a win when you're just not winning. And okay, I like the fighting spirit, but rook takes e4 scares me because I feel like it's a 2-result game now. Like your opponent is winning or it's a draw. I feel like you lose any sort of concern or any sort of idea that your opponent has to be concerned about. Miles over on YouTube. Give me your Vegas something to think about. You just started school. Hey, hope that's going well. Like just started like this semester. Muay Thai, how's it going? You wanted to hit King D4 just to get the C pawn to have an advance. Yeah, but I mean, you do kind of have that feeling, right? That if your opponent just buckles down, like you're not breaking through here. And then this is permanent. Like your opponent, unless they go crazy and just totally like forget about this, it's a danger zone. Yeah, I guess they should also be thinking about b6. They may just be winning because they can break down your pawns, but you can't break down theirs. I don't know. Is it really winning? I don't know about that. Interesting. Muay Thai, up to you. I probably prefer games with mistakes, but no, you will get roasted. Oh, Ski Money, the semester started today. Dang. A miss. I don't believe this is a real miss. Like that just okay. C5 I believe is a yeah. C5 is you were really low on time. Okay, you were really low on time. But wait, why so long on King E3? Miles, gonna get roasted soon. You're like a dead pig waiting the grill. Oh, Janny, you have to head out. I can take you out of the queue if you need to go. Yeah, what? I don't understand. 30 no. Almost 40 seconds on King E3. I mean, it's... I wouldn't consider that optimal time spending. I'll put it like that. I'll put it like that. That is a choice. Divyan, hey, you're stuck at 2021, which is a long time. Any tips to improve? You play Queen's Gambit, accepted. White, Taimanov, Sicilian with black. Are you playing any tournaments, Devanch, or just on chess.com? Because that already could be something. Like, there's something about being in an actual tournament that's serious. Like, it just feels more serious, kind of locks you in. That I think does have some benefit to it. And then you're also, typically playing longer games, so it gives you a more serious game to analyze. Yeah, human person. I mean, I think the biggest thing was in the middle game after the isolated pawn. I think you could have just increased the pressure instead of sacking the exchange. I think that was... yeah, a bit strange. And then in the end game, it felt also, I mean, because you play like this h5, which is okay, but I know it is a pawn, and it didn't feel like you were able to do anything. And then about the time you were gonna do something, you traded your rooks, and then you're just kind of suffering in the end game. You had three things in mind: king e3, king d1, king d2. Isn't it like all the same? Like I would play here so quickly, almost without a second thought. Because I think ideally you want your king between these two squares. My head. Although I'm surprised it considers king e2 overall. Okay, no, overall it just says you're losing here. Yeah, it says miss, but so your opponent should have played b6. And then a5. Yeah, and a5 just... yeah. He's just winning for them. You wanted to have king d4, 4b6. Oh, but that's just... you can't. If your opponent decides... right? Like, if your opponent wants, you'll never get that. Because they have moves to waste. But from the squares you can hit d4, you don't. Like this is one of those situations. I think you just have to acknowledge, like, if you see b6, you just have to acknowledge you're losing at this point and just play quickly. Like that's about all you can do. Play quickly, kind of put your king in the territory. Yeah, I mean they always have king c7 if they want. And then b6. That's I think you just go between these two squares. All right, Miles. Yeah, defended pass pawn. I mean, I think it's the kind of game, like, I'd be very careful with that rook trade. Yeah, black's winning. King d4. Okay, these are just the computer moves. I guess it's winning because at some point black loses this tempo with h4 actually. Looks like you have chances to hold if black doesn't have, because that's the only move in this position. h4 -4. Okay, you could probably go back to h4, but yeah, some chances. But yeah, rook takes e4 is... ugh. Caden settle a bit. Should you calculate to the win / draw / loss before trading into a pawn end game? This one I almost feel like you don't need to calculate. Because you have other options that... Like, you've already had to calculate this and should already know if that's winning or drawn. Assuming it's drawn, like, I don't even know why we would bother with rook takes e4. Personally. Like, our opponent isn't really getting into the position. I don't think there's too much we have to worry about. Okay, well, because h4 exists, like, h5 you kind of shot yourself in the foot, too, but... Yeah, like, in general, I don't know. Because I think you can calculate enough to basically understand, like, this is just very difficult to calculate long-term. Now, very different story if basically you're forced to play this, you see everything else is lost. Or, like, you have two lines that look like they could be losing, then, of course, you calculate. But I think this, because you have, like, literally any other rook move looks more drawish than rook takes e4. I don't really feel the reason we should be calculating that too much. Because it's just very difficult to calculate this long term. Different story if it's completely locked up, but since there are breakthroughs, I mean, yeah, it's just very difficult to calculate long term, so I don't think we need to calculate that too far. He's arguing with Chess Time Machine about checks, captures, threats. Oh yeah. And what was who was winning? Oh, that's the wrong game. All right, Miles. Okay, pretty standard opening for Miles here. First question is opinion on the opening, the whole G5 H4. Well, at a glance, I have some hesitancies, and it's simply this. Let me show you. That black has a higher win rate here than white. That does concern me a bit. My first. Okay, there must not be some game showing, because that looks like a 50-50 split. If I can count. But okay, as an actual idea, I don't know. Normally, I would say I'm not a fan of G5 H4, but a lot of that is because they can plant like the bishop on H5. So if bishop H5 here, what's the plan? Can you dislodge it? Or is it a long-term plan where you try to bring your knight to G3? Yeah, so normally if this happens where your opponent can kind of lodge a piece in there, it's not my favorite. Where I would prefer to try and get flexibility with H4. But this really, I mean, I know it's kind of a cliche thing. Like, this is absolutely, you should be checking this just with a strong engine and the games and see what you like. Because, like, let's say we did that with D3 first. We're going to turn on the computer. Okay, we're going to look at E6, we're going to look at H6, and we're just going to play through it a little bit, and we should have a pretty good idea of what our plan is, what our opponent should be doing, that stuff. DF Watermelon, yeah, I accept viewer challenges Thursdays usually. Or we do arenas and accept challenges sometimes during the night streams. Muay Thai, 10th place. I mean, I still have like at least probably 3 hours of this stream left, so And I do tend to get at least a little bit faster as the stream goes on. Now, some of that's because, you know, in the early stages, people are very talkative and we're just shooting the conversation, the words. But, you know, part of that's also I start to get tired, so these lines get a little bit more simplistic as time goes on. Yeah, okay, and here's the moment. What catches my eye as far as the potential for G5H4 is if you could get in like Knight F1 G3. I feel like when you start playing on the light squares is when this makes sense. This I don't like, C4. Like, this feels very disconnected to me, that you put the pawns here, and then you're playing in the center. I don't know. Okay, Muay Thai, 2.5 hours, so you have to go to bed. Okay. Make note. But it also is like, because some of these games take so long, some people do leave, and so you're in 10th place. More realistically, that's probably like 6th. Extra cheese, long story short, Chess Time Machine doesn't hold any stock and checks captures threats as a concept, and I believe it because I see it failing for him all the time. Just typing out the whole argument, but yeah, man, you're using so many acronyms. CBA is not clicking. I don't use a lot of acronyms, so even the ones I know and I've heard before, just go over my head. Can't be asked. Alright, Muay Thai, 1 hour? Okay, sounds good. No, I'm a strong believer of checks, captures, threats. But I do think in that, threats is greatly undervalued. And I think the higher rated you get and the more you're able to calculate, like, the more value you should be able to see in threats, because in a lot of situations, the checks and captures become so valuable because they then lead to a threat. And so if it's a check that you check your opponent moves and that's the end of it, most of the time it's good to be aware of because it's still a forcing move that could be relevant later. But because it doesn't really have any danger behind it. A bit different. Wow. Okay, I don't know how I feel about this position. If he has to take, maybe it's actually decent for you. Hold on. I was thinking he should play c6, but how did this bishop on e7 happen again? Because he played e5, and then... Okay, so maybe something in his setup I don't know about. And now that I'm actually paying attention to his pieces, maybe something didn't go right there. It's the bishop's crying. I guess he goes for g6, and it's interesting. Played c4 because you wanted him to castle queenside. Thinking that I'm going to castle queenside, but my plan was to leave my king in the center and attack his queenside. B takes was bad. You should have played, what, knight takes instead? Or D takes. Sharkz, he's a strong player and he thinks that justifies his style of chess. Whereas I'd argue that he's a strong player in spite of having a poor style. Yeah. I know, it's interesting. I think you can definitely have a style in chess, but I do... Like, we talk about chess as a logic game. And the truth is, there's a lot of logic even in the practical side of chess, to where I think people will see the practical side of chess and they think, oh, it's practical. It's, you know, I'm trying to get my opponent to make mistakes, but there's logic. Like, you should find logic in everything: technical, practical, positional, tactical, long-term sacrifices. Like, there's just, it's always there. Yeah, e4. Yeah, e4 is a pain. It makes sense. Because you want to play knight d4 in a lot of these positions anyways in response to e4. Yeah. Oh, this actually, I don't hate this for you. It's a bit of a funky position to where I think it could turn out quite poorly for you very quickly. Like, I'm just imagining at some point if this knight ever lands on d3, but I don't hate it. Ruchi says f5 as an idea, trying to encourage e4 at some point, and if take, the bishop's freed. Also could be interesting. But e4 happens quickly, and yeah, knight d4. Okay, maybe not the end of the world. Oh man. But don't cry wolf. I think I missed your roast at first. It's too focused on the chess. You already moved the queen. I know. But still. Adam Red Sox, thank you for the follow. I just needed a second, Miles. I just needed a second. Just to kind of breathe and take it in, you know? And Lucy99, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's okay. You know, in some sense. I think if the queens come off the board, I like your position. I think if queens stay on the board, I'm very scared for you. I do think queen takes is worth considering, because you take, and then if queen b4, then we go king f1. Because I still think ideally you want your king on g2. Overall, it feels like you actually have some shelter. I think your attack is probably looking to head very much that way. Or even if you're attacking over here, you know, queen f3, like, you're gonna have some pieces ready to develop your king. And I think protecting the king in the center, because you have to deal with a little bit more broader of an attack, is going to be trickier. So I don't think I dislike the lack of castling. I think it's just on e2 itself isn't my favorite. And the queen on the light squares, I think, is well placed. Like, I think it was actually an opportunity to give your queen pretty good range on the chessboard. A couple considerations of tactics, but I don't see anything like knight e5, rook c1. I think you're fine. And then you have your own threats, maybe even f4, kind of crazy. Like, this is my gut that the king overall doesn't belong on e2. That's my feeling. Castle queenside though. This could turn into a very hectic game. You think the Almighty agrees with king takes? It doesn't understand chess, so. Okay, just for your sake, just let's see what the Almighty Stockfish has to say. Almighty Stockfish can what? What's the difference? So queen e2. Oh, he's gonna attack here. That's crazy. So the reason it likes king e2 is actually confusing. um Queen c2. Is plus 1.5? $1.5 for this position feels insane to me. I have to think. So I think I'm correct about the queen on light squares is good. Like, definitely it feels that way. Queen on c2. Just seems like the king on e2 is safer than I gave it credit for. But I'm still shocked by this. Like, it says queen b4. It's still giving this h6 move. Like, why is h6 so good? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Why is h6 so good? Why is it so good here? What did it do? What bribery is happening right now? Why is it paying off Stockfish? Stockfish, please let me get played. It's so bad here. Like, that's what's crazy to me. Is that it's just so bad here. His knight f5, like, just that one, like, one tempo, I guess. Because queen b4. So he plays queen e4. Let's say he plays queen e4. You're actually going rook ag1. Like, king takes e2 is an anti-h6 idea. That's the difference. h6 is really good after queen takes e2. Because you connect the rooks. And it also takes away queen b4 as a tempo, which is important for this knight f5. That's crazy. King takes e2 prophylactic against h6. I'm sorry. Rook g1, just it's yeah. I guess I'm just thinking in the wrong direction. I was not thinking black's play was with h6. But I guess getting the pressure against these pawns is really that good. Oh, that's... I'm still shocked this is plus 1.5. That's just insane. Yeah, extra cheese. Like, no, I agree with that. I agree with that sentence full-heartedly. Like, h6 makes sense, but what doesn't make sense is that it's just, like, so bad here. Just... Dylan plays chess. How's it going? Extra cheese. Thought Dylan plays chess was Miles plays chess. Turned out he was Farzy plays chess. There are at least a few plays chess usernames. Emily, Max, Lucy, Ding. Oh, I'm doing well. I'm mind blown. I'm being humbled by the computer. So I'm gonna guess here you should have played Queen C2. I mean, from all that, Queen C2. I guess this also rids a lot of my concern. Like, a lot of my concern is the king wouldn't be as safe here, but I guess if you cover these squares and you have knight f5 as an idea, and you're probably going to contend with the d file, it all kind of makes sense. It's true. Right Knight, thank you for the follow. Yeah, my concern with queen a5 though is if you're gonna see queen e4, because I think queen e4 the placement's very nice. Because it makes it more difficult for you to move this knight, and I'm not sure you want to play f3, and I don't know. It comes down to the tactics. Are the tactics strong? You say the tactics are strong. Knight c6. Okay, it's all tactics. You've done this. You'd like to see one where the streamer's just playing Connect 4 like nothing's happening. There is a position where there's one winning move after queen e4. So you're saying there's some calculation to be done, right? Take, queen takes, bishop d4, knight b6. Beginner players, how's it going? Beginner players, you are 8th on the list. Not after queen e4. Oh, queen e4. Okay, so here, in this position, there's one winning move. A singular winning move. This is number 0. The current game should always be number 0. No, there's 7 people in front of you. And not including this one. I guess if you include this one, yeah, 8. Yeah, it's a decision between king d1 and king f3. But I was I don't know. There's some bishop b4 stuff. Bishop b4 stuff after king d1 looks real scary. Oh, wait, is it check? Then queen takes c4? Like queen takes c4, here there's one winning move. One winning move after queen g4. Tell me it's king d3. I just want it to be king d3. Okay. Actually, king d3 makes an annoying amount of sense, because knight c5 then blocks the dark squared bishop. It'd be dumb. You say no. Okay, good. I mean, the most logical move to me is probably... No, actually... That's not so easy to say. I would say king f1, but the checks after queen takes c4 continue to be really annoying and probably already a draw. Best case scenario for you, which is not a good place to be. Yeah. So the other move would be king e1. Right? Or f3. Wait, f3... Hold on, f3 is a move. f3, queen g2, king d3, queen takes f3. No, knight c5 after king d3. Ugh, that looks gross. That does not look good. But it's not checkmate. King e1, what would be the difference? King e1, queen takes c4. It's a great question, what the difference would be between king d2 and king e1. Ross, wait, what? Who's stealing what now? How did they steal your chess practice? It's findable. I mean, I guess there is a world where 94... Oh. Okay, at a glance, king e1 does make more sense. With these possibilities and in particular rook d8 possibilities. What do we exactly play after queen takes c4? a3, so it'd be a3, knight c5. Yeah, so it is a 94 issue. After king d2. Yeah, that's tough. This is one of those positions that's kind of hard to say. I mean, it's just so messy. It's almost like the king on e2 kind of, you know, kind of sucks. And I really wish the king wasn't on e2. All right, let's see it. King d2. No, I think king e1 makes more sense because both the black attacking ideas feel more dangerous after king d2, but as far as exact calculation as to why, it's kind of hard to say for sure. Oh, I'm also not even thinking about knight b3. Oh, knight b3 is a pain. Savoy Declaration. I probably will not flip the board for game analysis, but I appreciate the challenge. Yeah, king. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. You spent the rest of your time after knight c5, had 3 minutes. So, okay, after knight c6, you are winning. So he should have gone probably queen c5 here. So knight c6 is good. Just very, very messy. And then here, a3 was a slip now. Because you should have played, obviously, queen f5. No, that's so dumb. There should be 4 rook takes d8. Here you should have played... Wait, I guess bishop c3 makes sense now, because you're actually protecting it with the king. So b6 no longer wins the bishop on the spot. And then my queen f5 move isn't ridiculous if b6. Still tricky, though. Yeah, I guess if you play king d2, bishop c3 makes more sense. Yeah, tough position to play with no time. Wow, you don't lose this. Wait, I knew this. Hold on, I knew this. Hold on, I saw the result. You don't lose this. What the heck? For some reason, being that low on time in that position, I just... Yikes. Rudra, we are doing game analysis right now, so no bullet match. Yeah. I said that like there was gonna be a follow-up, but then I realized there just wasn't. Wait, what? Jane Zagar sounds like a science fiction. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here Queen B8 and then just a rook move, I think. Something like this, I think would be quite good, or rook H5. I mean, there's probably better, but this is like just stop the pawn, bring the rook in. You know, get ready for sacrifices. To clean it. Sacrifices if you need to clean it up and make it easier, but I don't know. Oh, this is what you played. Hold on. Wait, you did play this? I didn't see that. Oh no. No, Miles. No. Ugh. Yeah, I think here just G7 is what I would be thinking about. I think G7 here. And then if he goes here, a big part of why I wanted to bring the rook is for ideas like this, where you just sacrifice everything to kind of in the direction I'd be leaning towards. Maybe it's still not the easiest though. Yeah. But also, oh man, this is probably... You have anything here? No? Spin? Yeah. Not the easiest. It's not. It's still tricky, especially if you're low on time. Ah, dang. That's heartbreaking. Yeah. I'm also realizing now you should just push here. Simplest. Dang. Dang! Queen D2 is gut-wrenching. Yeah. Yeah, I was feeling like I completely thought you were just gonna lose this, forgetting that I'd even seen, because I could see the notation. Like I knew the result was a draw, but you said you were low on time and this was messy. I'm like, ah, shoot. But yeah, you held it, you fought. Then yeah, tricks, man. Freaking science fiction villain Dane Zagar. He is the villain of this story. Jalabrat, if you're there, let me know. Let's see, Jalabrat, Mole is after, and Devanch. Divianch. Those are the next three. Let's see if they are there. I don't know. I'm not hearing from any of them. We might be zooming. This happens in the queue. We reach a point where we start zooming. I'll just vibe for a minute. Just vibe for a second. Let's see. Mole does have this tendency to jump in.
And that is...
Don't watch on stream. The 3 seconds. I feel like I need audio though. Whoa. Wait, which one is Dane? Which one is Dane? Is at least on the YouTube video, left or right? Dane is the guy who caught the cheater at the Chicago Open 2024. Oh, and he is a FIDE national arbiter. Dang. Man, that's just so wild. I can't even believe that exists. Like, I remember hearing about this. The player who had the phone in their lap. In their lap. How does that happen? Here, I'm gonna start checking some people off. Give them a little bit of time. Not hearing from Jalabrat. Didn't hear from Mole. Didn't end up winning first in under 2100. He also won first under 2100 National Open. Now he's a floor of 2100 day. That's nice. I said 99% of chess cheating is done with the phone in the bathroom, but apparently even this was generous. I can't believe it. Like, in the lap. How does that not... Like, I just don't get it. How do you get away with that? How does the opponent not notice that? Right? Like, how do you operate something in your lap? Like this... Okay, here's me looking at the board. Let's say the board's right here. Board right here. And then I'm looking here. And, you know, like, say my hand's on the table. Okay, I guess you could move it pretty subtly. But how do people not notice, like, the very clear... like, I don't get that. There were tablecloths. Still, like, I'm not saying, like, how did people not see the phone? That part of it I get. But, like, if my opponent's constantly looking down kind of strangely at their lap... Like, even with a tablecloth, what are we doing? Do they have the, like... Okay, so here's... Let's say this is a tablecloth, right? It's on the table. I have it operated so that the tablecloth covers my lap a bit. And here's my phone. So here's my phone. I have it on my lap. Okay, here's the board. And then I just, like... I don't get it. That feels, like, so awkward. And I feel like I'd get caught so quickly. I mean, I guess it's a quick movement, right? If you're just moving one move at a time. Like, you just be... and then tablecloth back under, but still, that's crazy to me. Like, you're not getting caught from, you have two people sitting next to you that aren't seeing it. Like, it's just I'm not flaming anybody here. I'd be very curious to see that. I mean, not have someone cheating it, doing it again, but to like see someone actually do it during a game, and I'd be curious to see what it looked like, just as like a test. And my phone's kind of dirty. I'm getting distracted, waiting for people. Okay, didn't see Mole. Janny, I actually think did have to go. That was the one person that told me. Oh, Devianch is ready. All right. Put the phone on the ceiling and emotes Diva. All right, Chadrick, you're here. Perfect. Let's see this game. Let's move it over. Yeah. No, and even like when, like, what do you do if you need to go to the bath? Like, you have your phone in your lap and you need to go to the bathroom. Like, how do you subtly like get up from the table? Must have, it had to have been like a small phone or something, like less noticeable. I can't imagine in the day of these, you know, big phones that's easy in any way, shape, or form to sneak. All right, let's see this game against Sweaty Palms. Oh, Shadrick has played Sweaty Palms. Dang. Just don't shake their hands, man. Actually, not joking, one of the worst feelings. It's honestly so gross. If you shake your opponent's hand and it's wet. So bad. We did get a Catalan, by the way. Someone redeemed it earlier. That's not what I wanted to click. I wanted to... This is the one thing I like about the Classroom over these games. Is sometimes the opening Explorer doesn't work as well directly with the game. Ever see Yuri Geller bending keys? He literally bend them in front of people, then pretend they were bending an already bent key. A magician. Nobody noticed. James Randi had to point it out to everyone. People are not so observant even when someone's showing them something amazing. Yeah, and that I can understand. But this isn't like right? This isn't a quick hand movement magic trick, right? This is like literally on your. It's like you stole someone's watch, and then you played a chess game, a 3-hour game against them. If you get away with that, I don't know. Maybe I just don't. I don't understand it. Like, I just don't ever think there's a time. Like, how could you? I just don't ever feel like looking down is subtle. Like, it would always. Extra cheese. One time you resigned and went to shake your opponent's hand and they weren't even at the table. Okay, that's pretty funny. I think the only time I had like that, I had a couple of just like brief moments where I sat at the wrong board. Like after playing the game for a while, like I just sat there and then I looked down at the position and I was so confused. And then it clicked. I also accidentally hit someone's clock. But that one was just bad like setup because our clocks ended up being right next to each other. Okay, so Queen E7's unusual, but this turned out very well for you. Turned out very well. What should they have done? E3 feels very strange. That's that, and taking on D5. I don't know about. Like a lot of what your opponent's doing feels like simply Queen C2. You know, then probably take with the knight and go for E4. At a glance, what your opponent should be doing. But this, I feel like, has already gone well for you. Although, maybe knight D7 somewhere just to totally prevent knight E5. You don't even have to deal... Like, you do have F6, but that way you wouldn't even have to deal with F6. Extra cheese. Your grandfather once got in the wrong car. He thought it was his brother's car. The worst thing is the guy had his wallet on the dashboard and he grabbed it and handed it to him saying, "Don't leave your wallet on the dashboard. Somebody could reach through the window and take it." To a complete stranger. That's crazy. I'd be so freaked out if someone did that. If someone got in my car. Oh, that I didn't know. I just... not here for that. Like, they start to hand you your wallet, and you're just like, keep it. Keep it. Like, I'm okay. I'm looking to live. You're sitting in your car and some random guy climbs in, grabs your wallet, starts talking to you. Yeah, not okay. Not okay. I need a proper time to deal with a stranger talking to me, and proper time is not. Holy goodness! Someone's breaking into my car. Yeah, so I think I have a slight preference for just knight d7 at some point, because I think your opponent likely should have tried to go for this here. I mean, try and force you to you create some weakness, or even just trade this off, so at least their bishop's open. And if you take the bishop, I think they take here, and they kind of free the space up. And if they take, well, you can't really take here because now both bishops are under threat. And if you move the bishop, then I guess he can't really take here, right? Because you do have f6. No, he can take because he takes here first. Yeah, I think you should have prevented knight e5. Does knight g4 work? Knight g4? This is an idea I've played in the London. Like, it's an actual trap in the London. Where you swing the knight through, and then you just hit him with a unexpected... In that case, it's knight g5, but... Yeah, I mean, that's just the pawn. Just gonna take on f2. They can't protect it. Can't protect it. Can't protect it. Looks pretty nice. Yeah, okay, your opponent finally realizes this could be a concern and defends it. Now you like, this is kind of interesting though. Take b6, knight goes, knight e4. I don't think you should, but it's kind of interesting. Play b6 right away. Okay, makes more sense. f5, I like this. Yeah, b5. Okay, I like now what you're doing. It's over the board, more difficult even at my level. I will say over the board for fast time controls definitely does feel different in a way, because when you play online, like, it's just me and the board. I don't get to see my opponent. I don't get to talk to my opponent. I don't get to see their reactions. And so sometimes I think it does feel more frantic over the board, especially as you're getting into time scrambles and, you know, you actually have to place the pieces a bit more accurately. And if you knock over the pieces, that's just, you know, forget about it. But calculating and stuff, I don't think is that much more difficult. And I mean, even that other stuff, they can be advantageous. Like the Bughouse tournament we played on Saturday, I think you mean like 30 minutes? No, I think it feels different. But I think a lot of the thinking is the same. Like, that doesn't feel overly difficult. But yeah, the Bughouse tournament, I think it definitely benefits me that it's over the board. Because if I sit at the board and, you know, a lot of the players I play, like, I was the highest rated player there in the Bughouse tournament, so I'm able to sit across for them, and I play super fast and like pretty aggressively. And a lot of the strategy for me is, of course, to still try and play good, but also to freak my opponent out. And it was effective. So it's different. I wouldn't consider it difficult though, compared to online. This move also is very interesting. To kind of eye that same sacrifice idea, but avoid any sort of knight f3. But I feel like your opponent should have defended against this, and they didn't. So yeah, bishop takes g3, just game over. It's a pawn, and you're opening up your opponent's king, and they absolutely cannot take, because that's just checkmate. Oh, you took on f2. Still good. Maybe not as good, though. Maybe as good, though. Maybe it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Probably as good, though. This looks winning. I think my only... Okay, well, let's see what was played. I was thinking my only concern was something like this. If your opponent... Oh, that's threatening the bishop. Okay, I was thinking this, but the bishop's being threatened, so... Yeah. You're not even going to end up down a piece. Alright, now you're just cleaning up. Yeah, knight takes f2. As effective. Wow. No, I think the opening went very well for you. I think it was just those two moments. I think you should have played knight d7 sooner because your opponent kind of missed playing knight e5, and then knight g4 I think was just a nice tactic. Looked like it was just winning tactically. There it is. All right. All right, there it is. Janny Panny, I don't think is here, by the way. So, Shadrick, you would be next. Unless Janny just steps in and says, no, I actually am here. Then you're up next. So I hope you are ready. Oh. All the stretching. Okay. If you do share the game like that, if you could give me... Wait, can I copy it? No, I don't want to download the game. I just want to copy the game. 1 sec. I can download the game, but I can't copy... Oh, there it is. I hit the download, it pulls up the PGN. Because I don't... Because it's a classroom, I don't have any powers. But that's okay, because I can just copy it. Can, that's your game. Okay, okay. Now, I think that should work. I was able to copy it. Now we go to the classroom. And then were you white or black? Yeah, sure can. You are after this game. White. All right, all right. All right. Divianch, I mean, I think a little bit of tactical sharpness it felt like you were missing from your game. It looked like the positional play you did quite well. Yeah, just a few tactical moments, because even preventing 95 I think was more of a tactical moment. Because it's 95, and then the threat against d7, and you know, then your e4 pawn is hanging. Like, very tactical, and knight g4 of course was tactical. So I think there, as far as those moments specifically in that game, like there's some clear improving to do in that way. The English. Ironically, I changed your name. English Shadrick does not get to play English, because for this game you are Espanol Shadrick. Uncle Bobby with the flipboard. Alright, I will refund your points, but just for this first move, we can flip the board. Just to say we did. You'll still get your refund. Just to appreciate the fact that Black played at 1 h5. Alright. Now, for game analysis, I'm going to keep it focused from White perspective, but just for that move. Just for that move. Divianch, of course, thanks for sending. You have a wonderful rest of your day. C5 is interesting. c5 is interesting. I think your opponent should just ignore it. Which, the question of c5 is there a clear follow-up? Say your opponent plays bishop b7. And I catch the vision for this move. That was worth it. The refund wasn't necessary. Oh, dang. Well, Gabobi, still appreciate you. And nothing else. The refund is only there to highlight that fact. I actually don't remember if it was h5 move 1, but Andreakin did beat me playing some early h5. I think it may have been h5 move 1. That was crazy. Yeah, I don't know about c5 because I don't really feel the danger. And I want to be developing my pieces. Probably like just, you know, it's kind of boring, but knight c3, e4, especially because he played, he's spending time on these moves. You have an opportunity to play e4 before he can prevent it. And that feels pretty advantageous. c5 does prevent him from playing c5, which I guess is the one benefit, but you know, still something like this, knight f6. Like, I think he can play around this and look for more of an e5 idea or look to put pressure here. Yeah, I'm not fully sure about c5. It's an interesting idea. I feel the potential. Muay Thai, you're back. Dun, 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 dun. And then, yeah, I'd probably avoid taking. This pawn, in the long run, should be very weak. Isolated on a mostly open file. Like, I just leave it. Let him capture you, if anything. Or even just play queen c2. And already start the pressure here. Okay, but your opponent, I think, should have taken this way. The commentary. I was set up on this. Jeez. So the first comment here is, looks like this isn't meant to be a friendly game after all. It's like, okay, you know, simple comment. No, don't think much of it. It's like this whole dialogue of, you know, talking about the queens. I'd like her back. Can we make a deal? Letting go of your royal lady. Maybe you should take that move back. Stop threatening my governance. Chadrick, I think you were into this game. You were feeling the commentary. Chess Lover, howdy, how's it going? Okay. Yeah, this is shaped up quite well. I think it's better for you. Your opponent has the 2 bishops, but those pawns in the center should be annoying. Now, the one thing I will say that I think both you and your opponent should be thinking about and probably should have been doing something about is bishop a6. Because I do think you want a castle in this game. Your rook should be going d1, c1. King is going to struggle to find a place on e2 because of bishop a6. So I think in this case, some endgames we keep the king in the center. I think in this case we do want that king on g1 because it just won't find a place in the center very well. And your opponent should have played bishop a6. Then you should have castled. Then your opponent should have played bishop a6. And you should have castled. At least that's my feeling. Because, I mean, it's less about the king. The king's not in danger. And more about the rook on h1 and getting it into the game. Olobaz! How's it going? Chess Lover, we are doing pretty well. Why not king d2? King d2 again, I want the rook here, so I don't want it to be in the way. I do see a potential future maybe for the king on b2. That could be the compromise. It's where you actually castle queenside. But I want my rooks here, right? Because semi-open files, pawns to attack, knights ready to jump in and help with the attack. Like it feels like white's attacking potential is really in that direction. And then some consideration to this a5 pawn. Okay, your opponent a little bit back and forth there. Interesting. Wait. One more time. Two more times? I mean that helps in winning chess games. Yeah. I think you're still winning, but I don't think you should have taken that pawn, because your opponent should have come and trapped that knight there. Should have trapped her knight. Well, tactico. Okay, kind of. Not really. Just a threat. Your knight is a ninja. It's a legendary ninja. It's not a ninja. Or no, it's still hiding. It's still stealthing. It's not taking it. It's waiting for the opportunity to strike. Just don't ever play knight f5. Let this be a lesson to everybody. Just don't do it. Black did it. It cost him. I can see the next move, so... No! I'm sorry, Shadrick. You deserve better, but it just keeps catching me off guard, and it's even better because your opponent didn't take the knight on f5, and suddenly that turned knight f5 into a blunder that hung a piece into a very, very good move after what your opponent did. And I just don't know what chess is when that's the case, you know, because I think that should be a mistake, but it worked. So who's right and who's wrong, I don't know. I think you're right because you're winning, and I am still learning. I was set up. 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 I thought it was gonna happen. Yeah, so it's simplest to guard this knight. First, you play e4, same knight f5 idea, and then of course take. Okay, your knight should be trapped at this point, but you play knight d5 and you win a pawn as well as you're starting to break through, which is fantastic. So definitely worth taking. Okay, you're up a piece though. Up a piece. This is good. Okay, this is good. Bishop takes a5. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Okay, I was just about to say, definitely time to start activating those rooks. Yeah, even this rook, like putting this rook on c1, I would be a huge fan of. You know, you have these pieces. You make sure you're using them. And it's one of the best ways to convert when you're winning, when you're up material, is to make sure all your pieces are active. Hold on. Even better, though. With the check, make sure he doesn't take this knight. And then you take the rook. Yeah, no, this was good. You just needed to take the rook. Even taking queen, simply. I mean, of course, the threat is checkmate, so he's going to take the queen. It's just rare you get a promote to a knight, and it kind of makes sense. Oh, now you're pushing the other pawn. I like it. Okay, your opponent interrupted. So queen, you're strong here. Oh, he's going... Okay. You know what? Perfect game. You promoted to a knight. I find no flaw in this game. Jeez. Your opponent going for the stalemate. You better not let him have it. The stalemate, that is. Yeah, I see the... Yeah, I'm not gonna stalemate this guy. Let's get our pieces back. Get 2 more knights, of course. And how easy is it to checkmate with 6 knights? Well, let me tell you. 2 easy. Wow. And that's checkmate. What a game. It's wild. So, you know, if you play Shatterick, watch out for the knights. Knights both were destructive and delivered the checkmate. That was a 200 bot, by the way. You know what? Makes sense. Sure can. I just checked you off the queue because it is your time. I do still have your game. Now, this is a 300 move game. So I have a feeling that we are going to speed through a lot of this because I don't have enough of a soul to deeply analyze 300 moves of chess this fine afternoon. Now, with that said, I'm curious to see. So we'll probably spend some time in the opening, middle game, and then speed. Okay, pause for 1 second. You played 1 knight c3. Actually, I have been messing around a bit with 1 knight c3 because I just feel like I've never seen it, or like it's very, very rare to see. And I don't transpose into Jobava. Because knight c3, you could easily like d5, d4, get Jobava London. In this case, I'm going to try and avoid it. Probably play not e4, probably play like e3. But knight c3 move 1, kind of funny because as of about, let's say, a month and a half ago, I started to play it here and there just for fun. Miles, Eddie played knight c3 against you. Dang, and knight c3 on the rise. Oh, I mean, for an online game, wait, is this over the board or is this? I think this is online. Some people have played a ridiculous amount. I forget the highest I saw, but I'm pretty sure it was over 1,000. But that's like you and your opponent are in it together and just trying to extend the game. All, all the games I've sent combined don't equal 300. Why is it so unpopular? That's what I'm wondering. Actually, I'm not sure. I think it's a semi-decent move, like, just with potential transpositions. Mammoth Bonus is a Twitch streamer. I don't know that opening, but I'll think about it. This is what, the open mouth hippo? Cause oh no, you're transposing into a normal hippo with the knight dropbacks. Okay. Get the pawn typically belongs on c4 before you develop the knight, but honestly, it seems underrated. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is there's likely you're just gonna transposition into another opening, and people probably think to themselves like, if you're gonna transpose back into like an e5 opening, you might as well just play e4 right away. If you're gonna transpose to the Jobava, you might as well play d4 right away. Like, I would guess there's a lot of that. Okay, so this is a meme game. I see. Solid defense, of course. We don't want to draw. Played the beautiful hippopotamus opening into the Great Wall. I guess we can call this the Great Wall of Hippo. And now the maneuver game, of course. You know, you don't want to be the first. The thing about the hippo is it lies in wait. And then it attacks, and when it does attack, it's quite dangerous. So of course we're continuing to wait, and all highly theoretical. This was also played in the 2012 World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Gary Kasparov. That is not Googleable, by the way, so don't fact check me. It just exists in my head. That is a beautiful place. Somehow you got an amazing... Okay, not an amazing position, but I do think you're better here. So I picked... no, so 2011... Am I correct in that? Yeah, 2011 was Anand Gelfand. And then Magnus Anand was 2013, if I'm not mistaken. Which is why I picked 2012. Yeah. Magnus would go, hey, King A2? Actually, let's wait, let's see it. It makes sense. Is he gonna make it happen? He's gonna do it! The world goes wild! Oh, the movie came out in 2012. Okay. Actually, don't think I know that one. And knight c3, d5, e4 are a line unique to this opening. That's true, that's true. Yeah, I would guess d5 is the most common approach. I just had a very Nice close game against Kaimar. Yeah, pretty much like this. You know, very similar. Uh... Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on for a second. Something actually happened in this game. No taking on h6. That can happen anytime, of course. Especially in that moment. You know, there's a strange world where, like, some sort of queen sacrifice for a rook. And then just the pawns are actually not terrible. Like, I can imagine some situation, pawn on g5, rook h7, king g4. Like, rook e5 sack. Actually, what? Just out of pure curiosity. Since this game is already this game. Ignore that move. But how would we evaluate, is this bad for white? Just, yeah. Weird curiosity. Don't ask how my brain got there. But my strange feeling that this may actually not be bad for white is correct. The pawns are that dangerous. That dangerous. d4, knight c2, e5, d3, reverse French. Okay, makes me like it less. I have to dislike the French opening as part for the memes. But no, it's interesting. Yeah, kind of just crazy. And the only reason it's not winning on the spot, I believe, is because of d5. Otherwise, rook h8, like queen d5 is the saving grace. The 4 pawns against the rook and bishop are just completely winning. Yeah, it's just so far advanced. So because he has queen d5, you like play like this is just crazy chess. But you know, that's completely unnecessary. In case you guys wonder what I think about sometimes, like I just sit there and, you know, think about crazy sacrifice ideas like that. Oh no. Wait a second. This is similar. It's not as crazy, but G7. It's a little bit more calculated. Miles with the movie Link. Anyone curious about the 2011 World Championship match? Yeah, because here take, and if take, queen. Or if you're looking, no, I don't. Oh, you can get away with this, right? Because take rook h6. I don't know. And then I'm thinking king at king f6. Actually, I was thinking e7 and it's messy. So you're threatening rook h8. Check king f7, not e7. And then this is unstoppable. Okay, so you could get quite fancy. You could get fancy here. And you just don't take, or you don't promote, you take. Okay, it makes me like this idea. Now you're just trolling. Okay, now is incorrect. That's been the whole game. Whoa, wait a second though. This may have gone too far. Hold on. Somebody call Icarus. He has someone to keep him company. Oh. Well, I guess it's still a problem though. Wait, does Rook F2 work? You just can't take. Yeah, maybe you just don't take as black. You have to run your king as fast as possible. Then he plays king f6. Wait, king h6. Wait, king h6 then makes sense. Like you rook f2 to go for king f6, but you have the same idea. Here, no, because he has rook e7. Okay, so this is like anti-rook e7, or prophylactic against rook e7. Wow, rook f2 kind of makes sense, actually. Hound Doom, low, going pretty well. How are you doing? Hyper, yeah. No, Dina in that Bughouse game was upset about the king blunder. Yeah, rook f2 looks winning, actually. Which is crazy. Just the power of an active king. Some point is a draw again. Alright, so this we're gonna speed through. Shurkan looking for the ultimate way to troll instead of just winning. And goes for it by taking the rook. Oh, Hyper, I'm chilling. It's been a pretty good day thus far. Okay, this should still be winning. You said it is a draw, queen against rook? Really? I don't see it. Rook b2 is a draw. Wait, really? Ah, jeez. Wait, no, wait. Yes. It does make sense. Here, king b3, and white's just slow enough in every line if we're pushing pawns. Yeah, you're just too slow. I'm still a little surprised, but... Well, so... Wait, Miles, I don't understand. Queen f6 is slightly illegal. I mean, I think I am on the same wavelength, kind of on the same wavelength, because I'm thinking about this. And if there's a point that the queen is defending and you can play g7, all pawns are going the other way. That does... Oh, yeah, you were thinking queen f6 was here. I gotcha. Yeah, so this is surprising. Because I get my queen to d4, and queen on d4, then g7 looks winning. You can't even play rook g1, and if you promote Isaac, get a second queen. So here, check. you have to go here, but then check. Same idea. We check though. No, queen's guarding there. Rook G1 doesn't, I don't feel like works, because then this pawn starts running. Worst case scenario. But, well, I could just play King F7. I don't get it. I don't get how he holds. I want to move on. Okay, King C3 makes more. What? I was told. Wait a second. Let it cook. Okay, I was told it was a draw. This looks winning. Beginner players, to see your position, you can do the command Q position. Yeah, where are you? Ban him. I'm like, wait a second. King B1 is a draw. So there is a draw. We were just given the wrong move. Shuriken, you're right, but you're wrong. It is a draw, just not with Rook B2, with King B1. Which is funny because that's what he was doing, right? He was playing... I thought I saw... Yeah, he did play King B1. Wait, now it says... Wait, what? Now it's saying it's... I'm confused. So... Oh, it's a draw because you can't avoid repetition. Is that correct? Yeah, because King C2 is threefold. King C2 is threefold now. That's why King B1 holds, because Queen E1 is winning. It is a winning move. But it would have led to threefold at this point. So because you can't play the one winning move, King B1 is a draw. Otherwise... Oh, even better, you just G6 wins after Rook B2. You don't even need Queen E1 yet. And you save yourself a move, right? Queen E4. Yeah, you save yourself a move because, yeah, I mean, King C2, if he goes here or here, you have Queen E1 check. Free move. And if he goes here, you just push. And you promote with check. Aha! Shuriken. I was tricked. It's not really a draw. It's just because of the threefold. Wow, I got thrown off by the switch because it wasn't a check anymore. Good old Tej, thank you so much for the subscription. Much appreciations. Hope you are doing well. Wait. Did you play in the Utah Blitz? Am I remembering correctly? I feel like I may have seen you play. Yeah, the non-check moves feel so empty now. Okay, here we're back. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to dox you on stream, but you had a good win early on, and then yeah, stuff happened. Yeah. Dang. Stuff, man. BP, oh my goodness. From the ocean. Back to this check pattern. Ugh. I'm shocked there wasn't a threefold repetition in here somewhere. I'm not counting, but I cannot believe you didn't, like, accidentally stumble onto one and it was claimed. Wait. Unless you both were intentionally trying to avoid it. Wait. What? No. It's close, okay. Yeah, Dash beat the winner, went straight to the... this game displeases you. This is a game. With pawn b5 is the 50 moves. Goodness gracious. I mean, gotta get some checks yourself. You meant chess, not just this game. It didn't even finish with checkmate after all that. Ugh. New record with moves. I mean, I believe it. I believe that is probably the longest game you've played for now. I'm not gonna lie. I don't mind that it's that long and we had some fun with it, but I'm actually really disappointed it didn't end with checkmate or something. I'm like, I cannot tell you how sad that makes me. It's such a simple thing, but I mean, I hope he at least flagged. If he resigned, like there was literally like 200 moves that he could have resigned. And then he waited till like 5 moves from checkmate. I just hope he flagged, you know? He got caught up in the moment. He just like zoned out. You know what, Shurkin? You did a choose an opening. That wasn't actually a choose an opening. I'm taking those points for this game. They are mine now. I appreciate it. And yeah, Old Major. Hope you are ready with your game. The checks. Should we play him again? Should we speed run? Should we speed run this game? Anybody have a headache or want one? jeez. What a game. What a game. What a legendary game. All right, Mr. Major, are you okay being doxxed on stream? Because your game has your name on here. I assume so, but I always ask when they're included on the game. Sounds like a war zone. The king is dodging mines, dodging the missiles, dodging the bullets. Just bobbing and weaving. Oh my gosh. Just gonna scroll, okay. Under 100 moves. It's under 100 moves. Old Major is a 70-year-old former Marine. Show him some respect. Want to put the names of opponents with your USCF ratings. Alright, alright. I feel like you're messing with me, Miles. I feel like you're messing with me. Because that whole sentence screams that you're messing with me. Alright, let's see it. Wow, Roy Lopez. It's weird to see a normal-ish opening. Didn't think it would be weird, but... Okay, we're gonna go through. This is all pretty mainline stuff. Ooh, until Knight C6. Knight C6 is pretty darn rare in comparison. Knight C6 has been played 350 times compared to the 10,800 in database. Dang, the win rate for white now is very high. So, just give me a second. As not a Roy Lopez player, let's say white does the same. Black is actually looking to put that knight on b6. There are games played here. It takes 2 moves. This takes 1, 2, 3, 4. So the maneuvering of the knight to b6 isn't a bad idea. But the way your opponent is doing it likely is going to be a potential waste of time. I've never been so happy to not hear it. Never been so happy to see the Roy Lopez. Oh man, lots of happy people. Paul's happy to see the Roy Lopez. Everybody's happy in chat. What a beautiful day. You know, if nothing else, Shurkan, you brought us all together. United us after that game. Okay, and you're going for typical knight maneuver, Roy Lopez style play. Opponent goes for c4. I like this for you. I'm feeling some potential with knight f5, knight h5. Or knight f5, rook e3. Nothing unites people like a common enemy. True. Oh, Tony on YouTube. Are we doing dinner? I was thinking so. What were you thinking? Okay, so here's the question. Knight h5, does it work tactically? Because I was considering this a little bit. You get forked, but you have a check. And you have a capture. Also, check. Okay, I think this is fine. I was a little bit cautious of g5 at the end here. The queen h5 steps in, saves the day, protects the bishop, and gives the bishop an escape route. Okay, other idea after knight h5, he could take, say, haha. Then how do we feel about this? I feel pretty not good about it. Wait, bishop takes f5. And knight takes d5. Jeez. Yeah, these lines are actually pretty... Because it doesn't end. Like, this isn't over. You'll notice bishop e4 is interesting, but our queen's hanging. So what do? We play queen g3, threatening bishop takes h6, and bishop e4. So I feel like you're not losing a pawn. And overall, it's probably good for you, but that's some calculation work. And he could leave that pawn on d5, which he probably should. How do we evaluate it? 10? Probably good for you. It's interesting. This knight h5 is interesting. I don't mind the idea of waiting, though. I probably, if we're not going to play it, we'll then look at rook e3, but then g6 is annoying. Yeah, some rook e4 ideas. Knight h5 had some potential. Don't you want Crazy Curry? But Crazy Curry is like a super sit down. F4, send the boys. We're going in. Major, what's your command? We're going in, boys. Get the snipers. We're headed out. Yeah, I like F4. I don't know, starting to open it up a little bit. Your opponent just feels so cramped. Some sense in it. I think this move you could also wait on, though. Just like wait for knight c5 and then maybe go f4. I don't know, lots of ideas. I'm kind of coming back to this potential waiting. Maybe a4. Play like a waiting move. You know, kind of useful, but not committing anything yet. And then, you know, still keeping an eye on that h5, f4. Bishop e3, so I can see the notation. I see you played this. My hesitancy is really that... I'm gonna put into words. There are words there. We're gonna get them. Is that I don't hate the bishop on c1. That's my hesitancy. Is I just don't know how useful of a move this is, because we're not really... I wasn't too worried about this diagonal. Anything he's doing on this diagonal, we could then play bishop e3. I don't think we're gonna take the knight if the knight goes there. So I'm just wondering, you know, how much better is the bishop on e3, kind of looking at other moves, wondering if they're going to be better. Yeah, he is so cramped, but you also have the attacking potential, and I agree, it is a balancing act. F4 I don't think opens up your opponent too much, because the real reason he's cramped is dark squares. Right, that's where he's hitting the wall. The bishop on f8 makes it difficult for this queen to take over squares because it just loses to this bishop. And these knights are just stumbling over each other a little bit along with this bishop. So there's not a lot that you open up with f4 that I feel like, oh my goodness, all his pieces are coming in, except knight e5, which is why I have that small hesitancy of maybe we wait till this knight goes here. Because I also want that pressure against d6. Kind of my thinking. Oh, looking for... Oh, hello. Hello, good sir. Room service. Only 5:30 leave time. Oh, I don't know. Only in an hour? Maybe. We'll see where we're at. I make no promises that I'll be ready to go at exactly 5:30. No, I don't think you ever have that many issues with e4 because you have, you know, two pieces very solid holding down that fort, and, you know, other pieces that either can stay there and defend or come into play. But we're seeing it. We're seeing your plan to come to action. Knight takes g7. At first glance, I don't believe. I'm worried about knight g8 as a defense move after capturing, but I'm curious to see where it leads. Here, actually, do we worry about this? No. Here, f4 actually does catch my attention. Muay Thai. Oh, when is the puzzle world championship? Actually, I think I can't. I think I have conflicts with it, if I remember correctly. But I don't remember the exact dates of the yeah, like I have other things going on. But if I remember when it was, I feel like I saw the dates and I thought I had other things those days. Or day or whatever. Yeah, f4 I kind of like now. Opening up the position a little bit. You know, and you start to kind of eye this. In 3 days. Yeah, I can't do the 17th. Conflicts, something like argument-wise. I'm just really against them giving out money for Puzzle Rush. Like, kind of ridiculous. No. My religion forbids that I participate. Miles, have a great rest of your day, my guy. Alright, let's see. Knight g8. I wasn't sure what the follow-up was. Yeah, queen e2. Yeah, it's a little slow. Your opponent should be able to defend now. I do, because I'm not dismissing this as an idea. I think it has potential. I just think it needs to be prepped at least a little bit more first. And I'm definitely feeling like if you're not going to play f4, queen f3 was probably the better place for the queen. Especially seeing queen e2. More potential there. You just keep an eye on knight h5 and keep an idea on, or keep an eye on the sacrifices a bit better. Like, I feel like those are the two directions. You play f4 and you just start, you're trying to open it up, open up the pressure here, open up e5 ideas, open up the pressure here. Or if you want slower play, yeah, let's have the queen here. Let's leave open the idea of knight h5, you know, either pawn play or piece play. Strider New Year's resolution to play higher level when I play Blitz 1 week and seeing very positive results through focusing on maintaining a positive mindset and being more focused. Nice, Strider. Nice. Good to hear it. Okay, okay, you're keeping the tension. Oh, you're trying to destroy his base. Oh, tell me rook takes d5. Tell me rook takes d5. Play first, calculate never. Just win. Okay. Does it? It does look very good. Focusing on being more focused. Every day you play at least one game that you're dang proud of. Nice. Good to hear. Good to hear. There it is. Wait till you love to participate in Puzzle World Championship, but your puzzle rush is very bad. That you can spot crazy tactics. Just buckle down and actually do it. I mean, if you don't do it a whole ton, then it's gonna, of course, even if your tactics are good, it's a different kind of beast. Okay, I think you take on G7.
Close your eyes.
But there are some other interesting ideas, like just trying to checkmate him with Queen H5. I don't think that works after knight takes F6. At least I'm missing the destructive blow. Another crazy idea is actually bishop H7 here. Ah, Queen G4 is crushing. Okay. Yeah, because you just guard F6. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. My idea with bishop H7 was if he takes, the queen gets closer, and then if he runs, this comes with check, which is nice. But put simply, Queen G4, you're likely to get that very similarly. You're threatening bishop H6, so he wants to run, and now take with check. But the improvement, the queen on G4. Okay, just a quick. That's a threat, but is it strong enough? No, he can just play F6. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking if he takes bishop H6, yada yada yada, but no. Extra cheese. You think Puzzle Rush needs more refinement before it'll be taken seriously? Far too often they see some silly puzzles. Most of the first 10 puzzles are so always the same back rank mate. Yeah, I do agree with that. I do dislike the Queen F8, Queen takes, no, or Queen F7, Queen F8, Rook takes F8. But it's kind of tricky, right? Like how would you, I'm trying to think, how would you adjust that? Because the problem is people get those puzzles wrong. At least my understanding, unless the ratings for these puzzles don't continue to adjust. Yeah. No, I mean, taking back is interesting. Like it feels kind of natural, but yeah, it's definitely worth taking time because there are a lot of interesting ideas. I mean, you're down material even after taking back, so going for checkmate or looking for those attacking ideas are definitely there. Started at number 30 would mostly be okay. They repeat, yeah. It's that same mate idea too. Queen takes F7, queen takes F2, and then you sack the queen and you mate. You could double the rate the difficulty increases. Yeah, but that's, I do agree with good old Tesh's point there. Then I feel like you really undermine, at this point, a lot of the newer players. Because, you know, to 2025 for the majority of chess.com users, like, would be pretty tough, actually. Like, like, maybe say 25 would be pretty tough for most, like, the average chess.com user. And so for the average chess.com user, I think it's pretty effective. A lot of mistakes on the early puzzles are for mouse slips, extra cheese, and the easy puzzles are so easy a lot of time I get them wrong. It's because you're trying to solve them in less than a second. Yeah. The average chess.com player is 635. Yeah, which getting 25 on a 3-minute puzzle rush is fantastic for someone rated 635. Okay, so your opponent didn't get checkmated. You have yourself a game, and ooh, I don't know about the queen trade. Can we avoid it? Queen e3? What's wrong with queen e3? Plays queen... Kind of like queen e3, actually. Oh, okay, the queen trade is still better for you. So maybe it's just not worth dealing because you're pushing in the end game. Somewhere your opponent messed up, but we're not here to worry too much about him. Feels like he slipped a little bit. Oh, but this end game, might not be so easy. Maybe it was worth playing queen e3 then. Nah, Licha's puzzle race is different. I don't know. I feel strange about it. I guess because I see puzzle like 3-minute puzzle rush as more of a entertainment thing than like an actual training thing. Right? Like if I've ever recommended it to students, it's just for them to work on their instinct a little bit, but even then it's like do that for a week or two, you know, and then move on. I don't think I know some of the Elite chess puzzles I didn't love because they're like they're very subtle, and I guess that's, you know, what some of you might be looking for, but I like the win a piece or checkmate or like pretty clear by the end. I definitely feel like it was a bit more subtle the little bit I've done. Elite chess. There's some really strong attacking ideas you missed after rook takes d7, king h2. I think rook d1 lost your advantage. Yeah, no, I can see it. I can see it. I feel like overall, you probably should have tried to keep the tension. Like, the overall, or overarching improvement, it feels like you valued material too much here. When you had attacking ideas and needed to go for the threats and attacks. Okay, here, I guess king g3, 92. I don't know, probably still though, king g3. I think giving up the f2 pawn will be really annoying in the long run, as your king loses the safety. So here, they could go for this, but then the knight's a bit awkward for now, and you could play with the h-pawn. Okay, rook a3, not my favorite. Oh no! Oh no, 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 careful. Oh my goodness. Oof. Okay, you have bishop g4. Bishop g4 saves the day in a lot of these positions, but like if he goes for checkmate. Or goes for checkmate, bishop g4. Wait, no. Does it save the day? No, rook f7 saves the day. Rook f7. Yeah, rook f7 is important. Because this actually doesn't work, because knight g6, f5. Okay, so you had to play rook g7. Rook g1 was really strong. Okay. Yeah, extra cheese, exactly. Since doing fast puzzles, the only aspect of my chess that improves my ability to do fast puzzles, yeah. That's where, I don't know, the whole, wait. What was the result? What was the result? It ended. What happened? I feel like white should be better here. Is it winning? Yeah, it should be. Close? No. You offered to draw? No! Wait a second. But aren't you just pushing kind of free? Like a free push for a win because you have the two outside pass pawns? I mean, I don't think you should be winning here, but I think it's worth playing. No, old major, I mean... One plays jazz. Thank you for the follow. I think you were a little bit too cautious, is what it feels like to me. You're looking to take material back after the sacrifice. Your hesitancy to open up the position, like it feels a little bit like you were just too risk adverse. And it just cost you some moments. Oh, he can just sack the knight. That's fair. That's fair. But he thought a draw was reasonable. Okay. No, I understand. I think I'd still play a little bit personally, but you know, might as well. Might as well. Totally agree. The assessment I was too cautious after sacrificing. Yeah, like those you had some good opportunities there and just kept yourself from them. All right, beginner players. Please here. I think he's been tuning in and out. Oh, there's the message about the... Interesting. We're gonna come back to that. All right, beginner players. Where is your game? Did I see Hikaru playing with the eval bar and he played very bad? Old Major, thanks for tuning in, sending it. Yeah, Hikaru's been weird lately. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe it's just me. But the bits and pieces I've seen of Hikaru's play, it's felt very lackluster lately. And he seemed to be on fire. I mean, he was winning like Title Tuesday after Title Tuesday after Title Tuesday. And like the way I almost feel about it is he just won so many Title Tuesdays in a row, he got bored and now he just doesn't have the same sort of oomph. I don't know, like something just feels strange there. Strider, enjoy your group lesson. Alright, we get a classic 1 minute game for beginner players. Not gonna Try not to spend too much time on it. Deep analysis, understanding its bullet, but we're here. Check it out. No. Okay, I mean, small correction. Maybe the bishop could have gone to e2 right away. Finally, his chess is catching up. A BP. What do you mean by that, my guy? What do you mean by that, huh? Age plus marriage plus complacency. Like Magnus winning world championships gets old. Yeah, maybe. Saw a car playing Tile Tuesday and he made a move and was like, oh no, I blundered. Was this better? I should have played this. And for a moment I thought he had an ill bar or something. Nah, that's I've done similar. I mean, I don't know tone, but I'll play something and then immediately like, probably should have played that. Just the way he speaks, yeah. No, I just like take Magnus for example. You know, Strider, you brought him up. He wins the world championships. He doesn't have that same type of fire for classical chess, but you still see that fire every now and then. You know, you still see Magnus and his fearsome edge, and I think you even saw it at the World Blitz when he was playing Hans. Like, you just saw that desire that to destroy. Okay, maybe some different feelings there, but I haven't been feeling that as much lately, which is strange. I mean, not that he always has the biggest fire, but what do I mean? Should I go on? Okay, BP, I see. Alright. This is good. Maybe a5 first was worth considering. a5, knight a4, b5 to keep him from shutting down. It's taught not to worry about moves past. Meanwhile, Bortnik's analyzing a variation from 10 moves ago. Yeah. Yeah, once you play it, like, mid-game, you'll be talking about, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I had such a good position. How did I mess it up? Something like that. Okay. Still seems very good for you. Just getting your opponent now. I didn't like knight takes e6 anyways, you know? It's, who needs exchanges when you can win a5 pawns? Yeah, well, about that exchange, your opponent came through for you. Very, very, very considerate. It's such a... Oh, I'm sorry, Lake Horizon. That's such a bad move. Like, that's so not good. It just improves White's position. Like, it's not even like you give up the exchange and you improve your position a little bit. Like, you give up the exchange and improve your opponent's position too. Cheese, if you ever want to get away with insulting someone, bookend it with, I wouldn't say that, and that would be too much. I wouldn't say that Hikaru cares more about making money than working on his chess. That would be too much. Why do all the really good players scold themselves so harshly? No, I think there is a difference, though. I think it's a pretty healthy thing to do if it's from the perspective of improvement. Excuse me. Like, there's a big difference between scolding yourself because you actually think you're trash and scolding yourself because you, like, want to improve. There's a fine balance there, and I'm not saying all top players do it from an improvement perspective, but I do think you're not going to become a top player unless you can really acknowledge your mistakes and have a very good self-reflection. Even after some of the good games you play, like you're still looking to learn. One of the hard things about chess. Jenny, hello, hello. How are you doing? He's 2200. Okay, rook takes b7. Looked kind of good. Not what I didn't. Nope. Did not met. Did nope. Not this. Not here. The wrong time. Rook. Yeah. Good versus bad players blundering is like a Pepe peeing on the carpet versus a seeing eye. What's a seeing eye dog? I think Hikaru loves chess. There's no way Magnus and Hikaru would not study a ton still. I don't know. I don't know. I think they still do study it in one way or the other, but I don't know how much. Blind people have... Ah! Okay. I got you. Jenny, been doing pretty well. It's been a pretty nice stream. Thank goodness. C7. Yeah, your opponent should have left their king on c7. King blocking the pawn way better than the queen blocking the pawn. Wait, what? He didn't play king takes c7. Ah! Yeah, bullet, right? Bullet. Oh my goodness. What a game. What a game. Galaxy, how's it going? What are these board sounds? This is Marble, I think it's called. I don't know. Yeah, Marble sound theme. I mean, 2200s can play like that, but yeah, it is special. Okay, but while we wait for Paul, if you're there, it's your turn. You know what makes this game extra special? Just pay attention to this right here, right? So it's a bullet game. Maybe they're pre-moving, maybe they're playing very quickly. It makes sense. It makes sense. That happens. In bullet, we play really dumb things because we're playing quickly. This was the second most time he spent on a singular move this entire game. The first one was just 0.3 seconds more. So he only took 5 seconds on 2 moves. One of them was queen d6 or king d6. Okay, it's a semi-reasonable move for 5 seconds. Queen d8. Yeah. That happened. I mean, you know what? Yeah, it's bullet. Okay, we're moving on. Hey, look, we could go back to the 300 move game. Player who knows. Oh, Paul, don't roast yourself already. Dang. Doffmans, thank you for the follow. I mean, anything can happen in 1 second. And point something of a second. Anything can happen in 5 seconds, but Queen D8 was just special. Just a special move.
Is the future.
Doffman, hello, hello. Alright, alright. Let's see it, Paul. 1700. Oh, an Italian.
This is the future.
Italiano. Okay, make sure. You're gonna see the opening explorer all pretty normal until Queenie 2. Queenie 2, highly unusual move, but has been played by some high-rated players. Arn, hello, hello. How's it going? Muay Thai the other day, Caroline was playing against Charity Dominators. Yes, on Chess Dojo. I did see that. I had to play him for 1-3-0 Blitz game. It was at least 200. I mean, guys, Fabiano, man. It's for a good cause, right? Yeah, that's a bit high. I actually think 100 isn't crazy. For 1-3-0 Blitz game, you know, for charity, for the number 2 player in the world, I don't think is insane. Because you just don't get that opportunity very often. $200, a little bit steep. Yeah, but if, let's say Fabi only had a limited time, but he wanted to jump on,
Human error.
you know. Okay. Bishop e6. Too crazy.
This is the future.
So a lot of this is making sense.
Revolution.
Knight f4 is a little tempting, right? Knight f4? I mean, that saves you from having to worry about h6. And forces him to give up his bishop. How is this? Okay, e5 is just be silly. You can take and then rook e8. e5 is silly if he tries to attack this pawn. It's probably the most interesting idea for him, but knight h5 does seem to hold it. It's hard to get at this knight on h5. Is this a crazy idea to play knight f4? I mean, even if we lose this pawn, I don't know, maybe we just go for it. Completely destroying them as the average bonus is like 1400. Yeah. Seems a bit premature. Well, it's... I mean, if you don't play it, it's gone. Like, you don't get to play knight f4. That's why I'm thinking about it now. I mean, the other move would probably be d5. But it makes sense to do something here since white's king's still on e1. I mean, I guess you could take on d4. Then maybe there's some quick rook e8 stuff. Played knight f4 in your last game against this opponent, didn't work, but it wasn't the same position. Yeah, so e takes d4, take... We won't go crazy. Oh, you could play d5 now, actually. Is this insane? Because here you don't lose the pawn. Then you're going to break through with c5. Okay, that's one idea. Or just rook e8. I'm not realizing bishop g5 really isn't a concern, because you can just play h6 then, and if you've already taken on d5 particularly, knight f4 and bishop takes d4 become quite nice. So maybe taking a simple rook e8. Not a bad way to go about it. No worries about it. I mean, I can take you out of the queue, but I'm not gonna get to 9th place. I tell you straight up. So I'm probably just gonna have to end the queue and end the stream before it's ever a concern. Probably a couple more games after this one. I think I have time for a couple more. Okay, I have time for one more after this. Just simply because extra cheese is so good. Sometimes I do quit on his turn because I know it's gonna happen. You know, it's gonna be like a 3-hour analysis because he's just that strong. Okay, so h6 was a little bit questionable. Maybe more focus in the center. Yeah, this all feels... I mean, even here, taking in rook e8 feels a little bit more... Right, but then queen f6 doesn't make sense. Oh, you think you're... Wait, are you really... No, you're not lost by this point. Oh, no, you're just like, in your plan lost. Okay. So I read the comment, and I'm like, wait, what? No, I mean, you take, you try and put pressure here, you throw some pawns. Like, if you don't know what to do, look for the pawns that you can use to break through. You're looking at the pieces, which can be a really good idea. Like, look for the pieces that you can improve when you're feeling a bit lost. But the problem is, you just keep hitting pawns, right? And you keep hitting walls. And so looking at the pawns and how you can open there and all that. Classic Hunter Wiz slam. Whoa, Warehouse Dave, that is a wild question. Asking on YouTube, can I confirm that Dina is in a relationship with Daniel Erditsky? I cannot confirm that because at least the relationship you're talking about, like not friendship, is just doesn't exist. Steve, shut up. He cannot confirm. It's just not the case. Yeah, I feel like really utilizing your pawns. I mean, now you're doing it. You finally take on t4, but now it's like so you didn't take because you didn't want to open the g file. Wait a second, that looks like a pawn. Looks like a pawn. Is it a pawn? Wait, he takes there. So he takes here. I think you're fine. Like, this looks super happy. You trade the dark square bishops. It's going to be hard for him to break through because you dominate the dark squares. Okay. And if he takes here with g5 ideas... And that relationship ended about 5 years ago when Danya wanted to play too instead of spending time. Steve, kid, you haven't been here long enough. It was a thing. Sure, Steve, sure. One would understand it's Dubov.
Humans, what have you learned?
Check her YouTube videos. Okay. I would never do that. Watch YouTube? What? Crazy.
I was programmed to beat you.
Dang. I think I need to wash this water bottle. Looks like there's some hard water buildup on parts of it, which I guess isn't the end of the world, but I don't like it. I don't know. The taking seems possible. Taking seems possibly, I don't know, at least interesting. I don't know about taking right away. Can you get away with it? Okay, no, maybe I got too distracted by that comment. Yeah, I think if he takes with the F-pawn, G5 does look very dangerous.
The same mistakes. I was programmed to beat
Persia. Oh, jeez. Never, top comment, never thought I'd see the day where Donnie misses me in one. Jeez. Crazy cats. Alright, so not taking, actually, well, no, this, maybe it's too late. You don't really stop G5 by not taking. So it kind of screams at me to try and make this work. Maybe you go crazy in Queen E5. Actually, this doesn't look as awful as I think it should be. Actually not as crazy as I think it should be. Yeah, you probably had to. You're just getting hit with a lot of these same ideas. Yeah. Rook G1 there? Wait, Rook G1 when? Because, like, now Bishop takes H6 is a problem. If you take Rook E8's a problem. Yeah, the comments on that video are pretty hilarious, actually. Yeah, Paul, I think you found the right idea a little bit too late. I think you found it a little bit too late. You needed to break open in the center and just got around to it. Wrong time. And then, yeah, at this point, maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Actual, okay. Wow, wait, E takes is a mistake. So, wait, what? Wait, he can't take back? I don't have the moves turned on. You take on e5 first? And allow the trade on e3? What? Wait, just to confirm. That drops the eval. That drops... What? G5 first? G5? G5? Are you kidding me? Because this prevents the queen e5 idea. Is that true? Is that the reason? Yeah, queen e5 saves the day. Queen e5 saves the day. Taking loses. So you wipe insert. That's crazy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Why are we why I don't think we want to look at this game. Oh no. Okay, no, this game is fine to look at. I got confused at first because of where the checkmate happened. This game's good. Yeah, okay, so you should have... This was probably the last chance. If your opponent has to find G5 to be that winning, some chance. Mark Wilson, can I need NFT logos? No. Do not. G5? No, Muay Thai. No. G5 is not. Like, when you have this capture, it's not natural. This is not natural at all. It's natural when you know there's a move. But leaving the piece sitting there, it feels like you're allowing more options, not lessening the options. It's natural to you. Well, where were you saying G5 earlier when I was looking at G takes F5 and he takes F5, my guy? Mister, it's so natural to me. You're brushing your teeth. Sure, my guy. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, spoiler alert. Alright, we'll look at it from your perspective. That Saragossa opening. What was I supposed to do? Oh yeah. Okay, so he redeemed an opening. And the opening redemption ended here. I also had to it actually is natural for me to look at this from White's perspective because I played it with a flipboard. And I think I had someone changed my pieces to the terrible ones too. So I was sabotaged for this game. But that's okay. We still almost locked in. Paul, no worries. Thanks for sticking around and sending it. You redeemed no. If I think the opening is losing, I won't play it. It needs to have at least some good practical chances. Chess Champion, how's it going? Yeah, so I don't like your F4 move. I think it's F4 that I don't know about. Like something, I don't know, maybe focusing more on like a D5 setup. Knight F3, Bishop C4, and then you just look to open up the position. I feel like there's some logic there. F4, I think my problem with F4 is that it just never, like, it wasn't really relevant. You messed up the opening order you wanted me to play, so I was confused at first. Okay, okay. No, I think I'll do one more game after this. Just so Extra Cheese can't complain as much. Yeah, because this was strangely comfortable for me quite quickly. I kind of missed an obvious move and was a dum-dum, but A4 also is strange to me. Like you're spending time on these moves, F4, A4, when I wasted time. Like I feel like there's a lot of potential for you um in this position, and you're just kind of taking your time to develop. Like even Queen B3 here, I would really think a lot about with just the threats and the potential pressure, and it's interesting. You have to consider Bishop takes F3, but I don't know, ideas like that I'd be thinking more about just something that creates pressure, because basically what happened in this game is you developed, I developed, and then the first actual breakthrough is already like completely equal. Again, I played like a dum-dum, but yeah, it's just you twiddled your thumbs a little bit, then it should have cost you, if I actually think reasonably here. Which I don't even know what I was thinking in this moment, just playing C takes D5. I honestly don't. It was bad. It's just a bad moment for me. Maybe also H3. Maybe there's a world where you play Queen B3 even here, or A5 to prevent Knight B6. No, that just hangs a pawn. Now maybe there's some tactical ideas. But I don't know. Like my plan's just so clear, and I feel like I got it a bit too easily. Yeah, a bit too easily. I mean, even if you do all these same things, say we do the same, but you don't play A4, like I'm not too worried about playing B5. There's some thought towards watching out for B4, but maybe even actually here you might want to play E5. Looks like a problem. Alright, just with this included. So some danger. You're just too slow in this moment. And then I should play Knight B6 here. I don't have a good reason why I didn't play Knight B6. It's like I think it even crossed my mind like briefly. Maybe not here. I think I was looking at it here. And then when the moment came, it was like invisible. It just didn't exist. Tabloid declaration. I don't flip the board during game analysis. Yeah, but I took, and that's just terrible. Like I realized there were problems a bit too late with this, because this is being threatened and this is being threatened. So now I try to adapt a bit, go Knight B6, hopefully trying to target the bishop on E3, but this is just like I turned D5 from a good idea into a bad idea, and this position now is good. I thought here you played well. This was good. This was reasonable. And then this was very unexpected. This move. I think I was expecting D5 here. And I did not like my position, because you're going to play bishop a3 next. Or if you are worried about the f4 pawn, you have like a5. Then you have bishop e3. I mean, I honestly was really worried here. Yeah, I mean, I played rook e6 somewhat quickly because I was just trying to keep decent time, because I figured, like, I was already sort of feeling here that my best chance was going to be some sort of time pressure, because it just felt so bad. But a5, yeah, I mean, this was... I spent so long playing queen takes e6 because I thought I was missing something. But no, now I just get both pawns back, and okay, it should be equal. So yeah. And then this endgame, and I was hoping you offered me a draw. I was hoping to push a little bit because it's actually easier. Like if anyone's attacking someone's pawn, I thought, okay, maybe I can take and then, I don't know, go after this pawn. Like, I might as well. Why is a5 a bad move though? It just gives me 2 pawns. Like, you're up 2 pawns. Panda's Twitch, I'm actually nearing the end. I'm gonna be finishing in like 10 to 15 minutes, but I try to do this every week. So getting here early, joining the queue, and then I go through it for, you know, some hours. That is the key. Although, fairness, I will not be doing it next week because Tony will be playing the Charlotte Open, and I will be streaming his game, doing some commentary, as well as doing things at the event. So it'll be a pretty go schedule. Next Monday. Actually, it'll be the final day of the Charlotte Open. Yeah, I mean, a5's not like you're losing. You're just, I mean, you go from +3 to equal. Like, I don't, does it? Yeah, I feel like there's a few reasons it might not be the best. Says anything to go by. Charlotte is not open. Oh. Wait a second. Yeah, I think this was all okay. And I said this after the game, but I thought you should have just taken here. Because now king f5... Well, maybe... Actually, maybe king f5 is still what I should have done here. If you went for this. Oh, Muay Thai. Complete space out. Yeah, Pandas. I mean, it's just... you're the 9th in queue, so I'm going to do a somewhat quick run-through on Extra Cheese's game. Yeah, I mean, I guess we still get kind of a similar position. Interesting. Okay, but here you should have taken. Actually, this was the moment for sure. Take. Now take. No king f5. Yeah, that's right. This is the moment. Willy Wonka, thank you for the follow. And then probably I take, and you just activate your king, and all's good. What happened? I mean, you're still holding, but I don't know. What do you want to do? Maybe like it's all equal. Oh, you should just play rook b5 here. It's probably the best chance. Yeah, probably rook b5 after h5 is the best chance. And if I don't play h5, you probably play g4. Or you bring the king quickly to g3 to prevent h4. Yeah, so kind of a small moment, but this definitely is, like, it's just drawn. No chance. If I take, King g3, rook g5 is bad. So I definitely don't want to do that. And if, you know, I drop back, then you don't have that same pressure against this pawn, which helps out a lot. You even just bring the king forward now. h4 is more difficult because I could easily lose it. But yeah, so I think king h2 gives me like a sliver of chances now. Gives me just the smallest bit of chances because it's much more difficult for you to hold the pawn. And then you're still holding even down the pawn, but g3 was just a huge mistake. g3 was just yeah. So I think a couple of those early moments, rook takes d6 makes it easier, rook b5 makes it easier. But yeah, here g3. I know. I even think king h2 is not the best. Like, I think you should have gone king f2 at least, because I mean the fact you have no king moves I think is always annoying, and I also have ideas of like trying to get g4 in. I don't think there's like you should play rook a8. I don't think there's much concern though, but rook a8 makes the most sense because you're just gonna check me a lot, and the best way to be able to do that is make sure you have angles on both sides. Sure can. You've already been in the queue. Can't join it again, but I am finishing up after the next game if extra cheese is ready. So yeah, rook a8 definitely the best defense. After g3, it's just yeah, 2 pawns, some activity. Me just having to make sure I finish it off before I flag. Amen. Almost finished. So I'm gonna do one game, but I do this on Mondays. I will not be here next Monday doing it, but after that I should be. And you just join the queue, and when your turn comes up, you see it got checked off for extra cheese there just now. And then he sends his game in. Alright, so judge. Pay attention to the clock. Okay, so before judging. So I still can judge. Perfect. Trying to induce stalemate. Yeah. And it was a little bit scary, but we're extra cheese account actually was closed for too many cheese jokes. After making so many, the community came together, signed a petition, and extra cheese was forced to close it down. That is not true, by the way. But it could be. Could be. Muay Thai, enjoy your sleep. Figured if they were born in 1911, they'd be pretty slow. Okay. So you're playing the same... Sorry, check the clock. Okay, you're playing the same kind of boring setup that you usually do. No wonder you don't, like, no wonder you struggle with this game, extra cheese. Like, what's bishop e1? What's the bishop doing? What? Yeah, Amen, we're finishing the stream after this game. Sorry, I was looking at something and I came back. There's a lot in... Hey... 1911 was a good year. Was it though? Actually, your philosophy is that they're playing c6 setups against the English. They have no interest in chess. Uh, just for your own enjoyment, after trying to find interesting ways to play c4, c6, there are none. Dang. Just play h4. Just run the h pawn. Something spicy is bound to happen. Okay, your opponent went for it. He's super low on time, though. Super low on time. Currently, Extra Cheese is playing the clock. His opponent is playing his mortality if he was born in 1911. Just play badly. Yeah, why not? I mean, if you're just here for enjoyment. Yeah, Zlatan is, you know, an interesting few decades after 1911. Maybe not the most exciting, to say the least. Just play badly. I mean, you know, you're just trying to flag your opponent, it feels like. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. I get a judge knight takes. Like, no bishop takes. I get to judge this one, right? I did check the clock, I promise. I did. You said I'm allowed to judge after. The knight is trapped anyways. Okay, that is fair. That is fair. Wait. No. Bishop d5. Bishop d5, so easy. Okay, but you're going for the flag, you know, give him some... It's just a knight, my guy. You don't need to sacrifice everything to save it. You're up material. Save your other pieces. Trust in the flag. Oh, he panicked so hard. He just freaked out. He had... Hey! Oh, I hate this game. I hate that you won playing like that. I mean, I respect it because I do the same, but yeah, an obnoxious way to beat an obnoxious C6 player. Yeah, that's fair. Is this how IMs play usually? Well, when they're about to flag, you know, sometimes. G's, extra G's gonna hit him with a. That's why they're IMs and not GMs. That's just savage. Alright, everybody. I didn't have much to say about that game, but I think we're gonna finish here. Gonna go get some dinner before the event activity. What do we call it? Event at the Charlotte Chess Center tonight. Just the chill hangout. So, you know, eating kind of good, but thank you all so much for being here. The games, if I did not get to your game, again, I try to do this on Mondays, and it's a good time. I enjoy it. We chat, we see some fun games, we go through, there's hopefully some instructional stuff through there, but you know, we're just chilling. I'm gonna send you all on Twitch to the one and only Line of Houses. Super cool guy. We had the privilege of working with him a bit. to do commentary for the Creators Cup that he put a lot of effort into. And since then, gotten to talk with him here and there about other things, and just a super cool, legendary guy. So go show him some absolute love and appreciation, and we will see y'all next time.